Well, hello, everybody. How's it going? I had to restart my computer too. It had a glitch every 30 seconds. I was like, yeah, I don't even trust it. So I restarted it and it's slow. It's so slow. How are you guys doing? Thank y'all for being so patient. uh, I'm over here in basically outer darkness. It's just like outer darkness. It's what I imagined outer darkness to be. Hey, JL. Hey, JLL. Hey, Trace on the case. Betsy's Barn, K-Tech, La Misa Filipino Food Club. Rose M. Heidi's Mind. You changed it. I don't know what that noise just was. That's great. Hey, Jessica Rutledge, Allison, Umplebee, Beach Bomb. Oh, hold on. I got stuff flashing up on my screen. Not right now. Come on. I can't wait to get back home to my little YouTube area. Hey, Denai, Kathleen Fitzgerald, Ashley Kane, RDNAC, Carrie Stewart, Julie Coe, Ashley Tomasi. How you doing, girl? Dang autocorrect, right? Marie Burks. Oh, good to see you guys here. Hey, Brands. Hey, Chuck. Thanks for checking on me. Hey, Janet and Candace Parr. Did I say Ron Hensley? If not, I'm saying it again. And Zero and Karen Holland. Christie's Boutique. Detective's Daughter. I love my ring. I love it. I hung out with Detective's Daughter last night and yesterday afternoon till I got home late. I didn't even realize it was that late. So yeah, had a good time. Really good time. Thank you. Moonlight View. Betsy's Barn. I think I said that. Sugar Butt Starburst. Cherry Pie. Hey, how are you? Mm-hmm. Okay, Door Opinion. Oh goodness, Dr. Pepper, right? Marcy White, how you doing? Yeah, it was getting cold. Thought I'd go turn the air off. Um, okay, I'm just reading. I'm reading, being nosy. Sorry, y'all. I've been having some technical difficulties. Research. Hi, Mary Williams. Grammy BNNC. How are you doing? It's good to see you here. Angela L. Justice Jane. How you guys doing? So I went down and got breakfast this morning, and then I got full. I was full, and then I slept, and I was like, it's so long before my live, right? So, but I slept the whole dang time. The whole dang time. Hey, Jean Marie, thank you. Oh, I don't know if I'm ever rested, and then I'm too rested. I don't know. I was told. Let's see. Let's see what I was told. I was told I don't want to miss tomorrow. It will be very interesting. So, I don't know. It's so triggering. It is. It's so triggering. David Warwick. I wanted to go and just hug his neck with my hands. Thank you, Mad Donut. And so Larry borrowed my brush, right? Oh, that was like 2 weeks ago. Haven't had one. So I'm like, crap, I keep forgetting to See, it's not so brushed back here. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. Hey, Kelly B, Mercury retrograde. I think it's permanent retrograde where I come from. Thank you, K-Tech. I am too, Marcy. I am too. I'm sorry. It's like, okay, let's get to the meat, right? That's what Chad and Lori did. They got to the meat of the gospel. I'm ready to get to the meat of how their gospel killed my family. You know, here. Oh, I do this a lot during court. She's right there, and I'm like, she loved her lip gloss, right? Thank you, Kelly B. They need to stop taking days off, Jared Jones says. I think they did that though, because the way they have the witnesses scheduled, and so oh look, I only put one earring in. Anyways, half-assed, right? It's nuts, Rose. It really is. I don't know how to explain it. It's like the Twilight Zone. You're out of your element, your comfort zone. I'm not close to my mom and Larry. I don't have a vehicle. So it costs a lot of money, just to go. It's $50. I was 25 there, 25 back. And I mean, I've gotten a few rides, but I just feel so isolated. So it makes it that much harder just without flaunt that lip gloss in court. Right? That's the point. That's what I know. It's passive aggressive, but it's all I can do without getting arrested. Yeah. That, and I just want to let you guys know that Kathy is no longer a moderator for this channel. I don't really want to go into it. It's pretty crazy. So I've had to, kind of figure things out, but nothing I can't do. Anyways, and then, I did schedule my live. This is my normal day to come to you guys. I know I've been, kind of, y'all are the only thing that grounds me. It's like I feel not alone, right? So I've been going live more often when I feel like I need to ground or just get into touch with everybody and just kind of process everything. Right? Mad Donut, I used to beg my husband to let me go to Idaho, bail me out. Right? I've pitched the same thing. I've pitched it. Oh, thank you, Cherry Pie. It's a lot. And then to deal with the moderator situation, I don't quite understand it. I don't know why now, but wasn't quite ready for murder either. So it's less than murder, just be careful who you trust. But anyways, I want to just say it for what it is, because that's, y'all know I'm real, but all it'll do is cause more havoc, and I'm good. Not now. It's just, I don't know. That's what happened when I went live Thursday. I noticed that because I went in to slow the chat down, and I don't normally go into my YouTube settings, right? But so I was like, well, last week, or when I went live from Outer Darkness over there at Jen's, there were like 420 people in chat, which is the most I've ever had in chat. Thank you, Julie. Thank you. What does it say? I know how much of an inspiration you are. You give more than you know. Thank you. I don't know any other way to be. I don't know how I can't do this without you guys. I really, it would be hell. So I feel bad for those who do go through this without support. Not just not monetary, just general support, you know. Hey Jason, I love you. I do this all the time, Ron. Oh, it went. I'm sorry. I do this all the time. I'm like, well, what Charles do? What, what, you just want to do the right thing in your family's name, right? It's been run through the mud enough by that hooker, but I don't know why they don't go by her name that she, was worth murdering people for. I don't know why. I'd say she earned it. So it would be nice. It's hard, I've always put Lori Vallow Daybell. I only add the Vallow because of keywords, search engine optimization, right? So it's for keyword thing. That's the only reason I put my family's name on that hooker's name, or on my titles and thumbnails and things like that. Oh, thank you, Marcy. Hang in there. I can't imagine how difficult this is. And now an emotional, long, drawn out trial away from home. Yes. And it brings out the best in people and it brings out the worst in people. I'm just being honest, I would be lying if I didn't tell you that. Just because, like I said, boundaries, because it's healthy. It's a healthy thing to do, to set boundaries. And I felt pressured. So I politely, respectfully, said, hey, I feel like I'm being pressured. I feel pressured, just, I don't know. I can't think. And, they say they understand, but then yet they're slowly stripping things away without you knowing. That's about as general as I can make it. I don't know how else to make it any more general than that. It's definitely shitty. And it's like right now, like you waited till right now. That makes it even more wicked, in my opinion. It's like another Lori situation. So yeah, I cried because it hurts, Yeah, Carrie. It's like, and it's like being re-traumatized or re-victimized. I'm not a victim, but you know what I mean. Like, it's just like, really? But it says more about their character than it does mine, That's because I'm just being me, just being honest and open, and they don't know how to be. So it says more about my character. Be cool. Okay, I get it. I would be dreading tomorrow. I do. I dread every damn day up here. Every day up here. No, right, Diamond? You would think. I mean, it's not for sympathy. It's just like, come on, you of all people know what I'm going through. What are you doing? Just yeah, no, things just started to not add up. And it caused division. And, Kathy let me know the day after my live stream that she was going to take a break, a mental health break. They're on right now. I don't understand what's going on. And I'm just like, okay. I made sure that Eric wasn't scheduled before this live. And he wasn't. because it's my normal day, right? It's just a common courtesy that, I didn't know about when I first started. I was just like, you just schedule. And then Jen taught me that, that no, you kind of try to accommodate your chat and everything, your audience, and try not to over schedule other people that, that are kind of in your same support circle. So, yeah, little brands just makes it hurts. I'm serious, it does. And it's just like I don't want to deal with it right now, but you kind of have to. But I have some great moderators. Donna Donald is here. She's moderating for me now too. So is Trace on the Case and Beach Bum. I've got to go fix a few other wrenches that were taken out. Yeah, just don't give people access to your stuff ever. But again, when I did that, it was just like there were other channels that I really, you know what I mean, that I trust or whatever, and it's a trust thing, you trust you trust these people, and so you weigh out these things, and you're like, okay, I feel like I can trust enough to say, just here, I need help, but I don't know how. I don't know how to help you help me. You know what I mean? Thank you, Ashley. Girl. Thank you. You're sweet. Thank you, Be Cool. Have a glass of wine on me. You got this. I have a whole bottle. Unopened. Yeah, you can post the PayPal or Venmo. Those are the easiest ways. I don't think I have any other ways. I tried the Cash App thingy, and I was like, this thing's kind of weird, so it spooked me. I do. I really have, and me and Jen have talked about this, little brands. And, I was like, if people sign a non-disclosure agreement, then I don't mind signing one for that person either. I mean, just it should be that way. It's just to protect yourself, not just yourself, your family. This is like, that's what I'm saying. It brings out the worst in people also, because it's the weirdest shit I've ever seen in my life. You're like, wait, it's not like a red carpet, well, the carpet's red, but it's not for Hollywood movie stars. It's like, it's red with murder and blood from your family. And for people, oh God, what do they call them? The grifters, or they prey on the hearse chasers. Yeah, I'm just being honest. They like to exploit. It's like they want to be I don't know, important or something. Oh, you did. I figured so. Well, you tried, Sue Ellen. You tried. I don't know. But yeah, non-disclosure agreements. I mean, it's just an understanding. If I know, if you guys, everybody knows who I am. Like, everybody knows that's my name. This is me. This is my family. And then I don't know who, I don't know who you guys are. I don't know who, I'm assuming that would be your first name, but Zero. I don't know who you are. I mean, and I'm just making a point. I was, it's just, that's already a very unbalanced thing, to not know who you're dealing with, who you're trusting. So that's my advice. If anybody is, just, I mean, even if this was a art and craft channel, you just got to be a little more careful and not so trusting. Right. Yeah, I know that. Venmo, is that Crush a K or at Love Always Wins? I don't understand the two. I don't know why I have two. It's just one of those things that happened as I was like trying to figure everything out. I guess I created two. And PayPal is at, I don't know, I have them back here, which I still have to have a meeting with the new moderators, and they're going to just, everybody will have access to be able to help me backstage and not just one person ruling the roost. That's another thing. It caused, division. Lots of, I don't get girl politics. They're shitty. Because you're just like, wait, what? I don't do drama. Don't do it. Why is it in a folder? What the heck? Hold on, things look different. Let's see. Here we go. I don't know. Does that help? Okay, so I feel like I'm advertising though for it, so I'm not. But there it is. Let's see. What else do I have back here? Well, I don't need this petition one anymore. Judge Boyce didn't listen. Yeah, I'm think I'm gonna close my Discord down because I don't know Discord that well. And probably open an entirely new Facebook group that's not public, I guess you could say. Just it'll be for this community or whatever, and whomever subscribes or here, you know what I mean? Whoever's here, we can carry it over there. But no need for all the folders and chat rooms, and it's just unnecessary. Let me take this one away too. Might as well clean house while I'm at it, huh? And then here's this. That's the merch. Here we go. That won't scroll. Let me take the ticker off. Anyway, so yeah, there's that. And it's just a lot of crap. I miss my baby. I do. I just miss them. Just being away from your support, your rock, Jason's my rock. He's just, I love him, It is confusing, Allison. And beware of Discord. Yes, it is. I heard it gets easily hacked. Hey, UNC girl. You're late. Did something. What did I do? To do what? Oh, let's see. This one. I'm late, but did something happen to cause you to do this? What? To do what? I guess I'm reacting instead of, I wasn't proactive. So I'm having to be reactive. Right? I worry too, Junipers, Tarot, and Magic. Be careful with your kids on Discord. Just keep a close eye on them, just as in every other chat room too. There you go. Thank you, Trace. Thank you, Trace. Yeah, it's crazy because I didn't even know that stuff was going on. I was just like, wait, right before I went live at Jen's, I was like, no, it wasn't Jen's. It was Thursday. And I was like, okay, I remember the chat being so fast last week at Jen's, And so I went into my YouTube settings because I'm streaming from StreamYard. So I'm not in YouTube. So if I have the YouTube window open at the same time, it'll cause that echo chamber thingy. And oh no, that'll drive us all insane, right? It drives me insane. I can't think. But anyway, so I went in and I'm just not very familiar with it. So it just takes me, I'm just like, wait, okay, where's this? Where's that? And I noticed Kathy had removed herself from my moderators list. And I was like, that's weird, And that was right before I went live. And then I didn't have any moderators in chat. I think Beach Bum came at the very end. But it wasn't on purpose. Nobody kind of knew that there was this riff. We didn't know until we knew. And so once we found out, I mean, y'all saw me. I deteriorated. It was downhill from there. I was already emotional from dealing with all this shit. I miss you too. Um, it's just nuts. Just be careful who you trust, or be careful of those who say, you can trust me. It's kind of like the church thing, when the church says, we're the one true church. I was like, that's a weird statement. That's a weird thing to push. Thank you, Linda Kellums Keith. Thank you. No, Beach Bum, don't be sorry. Yeah, y'all didn't know I was going to schedule that Thursday. So I'm grateful for those who are able to be there. But yeah, I knew that something was wrong because her name was removed from my moderators list without telling me. And I had been transparent and upfront with her when I felt pressured about making plans to come to Boise. I was just like, everything was just slamming down on me at once. And then I mean, that's just normal. I didn't feel like I needed to disclose I was trying to sync my travel plans with my parents, but I also protect their privacy. So I didn't feel like I needed to disclose that. That's kind of the whole point of having privacy, right? So I respectfully put up boundaries, a very explanatory. Hey, this is what I'm feeling, and I guess she did not like that. So it is my business. Exactly. I don't feel bad for boundaries. Oh, I see you, cherry pie. I know. I know it's you. I always said American pie, right? And you're like, no, cherry pie. But anyways, whew. So yeah, scheduled today, and then I went it was like early wee hours of the morning. Boundaries are good. Rule number, right. I love that. I don't. Oh my gosh, I can't read it over there. Rule number 1: don't join a church called the Church of the Firstborn. It's true. And the first rule about the second anointing is we don't talk about the second anointing. That's the first rule of that. Or spiritually first, and then it's physical manifestation. Crazy, y'all. So yeah, so David Warwick was pissing me off. I was like, lie, that's not it. You know better. Thanks for tying it to the Doctrine and Covenants, though, and not really being able to tie it to the Bible. That's the thing in this, guys. I know people get pissed off, when they say, no, that's from the Bible. I learned this big lesson from Jen, she's very smart, y'all. She's a smart cookie. Thank you, Abby Cruz. The hardest part about being at trial, being without support. Just without Jason, my kids, comforts of home. I feel stuck. I don't like that feeling. Just being honest. Yeah, he was lying big time. You would think they had 2+ years to get their shit straight, right? It's not that hard, but it is when it's lies. It's cover up. I mean, it's even more cover up. It's overt. It's overt cover up. It's obvious. How many is it obvious to now? You're just like, yeah, this is a bigger thing than just Chad and Lori and a few of their little misfit friends, Oh no, Miss Maxine, I live way too far. I live in Louisiana, and it would cost a whole lot of money just a jet set, No, I've been away. I've been up here since the Tuesday before the trial started. They were still in jury selection. We just didn't kind of tell anybody because, we're just trying to lay low. He doesn't even sound convincing. Trace in the case, you're right. Hori's on the cover? Really? Oh my God, I gotta see. Really? Mm-mm-mm. Y'all, if y'all could see her now, y'all, she looks like a scraggly hoe. I'm being honest. She does. She looks like the scraggly hooker that she is. I mean, her hair's not done anymore. I guess the gel bars, maybe it's not the size curl she wants. I have no idea. I know. I see him every day. Every time I go up. Oh, I'm sorry, Gene. I see him every time I go in there. This one, Sherry. Yeah. I'm like, don't you have a trial to be preparing for? But he is. I wonder. I'm just like oh my God. So yeah. The scratch marks on Chad's neck. I want to whip his ass. I'm just being straight up with you. I want to go whip his ass. Oh my God. I know murder's much worse. But you're like, are you serious? Are you serious, you asshole? Ooh. It's the little things that really trigger me and piss me off because it's petty. Because the $10.40 that Lori transferred out of Tylee's account to, zero it out and then transferred it to her account pisses me off. Learning that JJ had his nighttime pull up on. It's just one of those things I didn't know. That I just hadn't. It's not that I didn't know that he wore those. I did. It's those little details. The Halloween mask, it was a monkey mask. It wasn't just any Halloween mask. It was a weird, old-timey looking monkey mask, and that pissed me off. I mean, they're warped. They are freaking warped. The ghillie suit, the two Tyvek suits, those things just, it's horrible. It's crazy. Yeah, Jody. Right? Exactly. It's just those things I never even pictured. Chad wasn't there, and then was Chad there? Who knows? These people don't know their ass from a hole in the wall. For real. And then for David to get on the stand and say, well, I watched 45 minutes of it, just to hear her tone. I'm like, you can't hear, allegedly, first off. So why are you trying to listen for her tone? So while in court, while he said that, I threw my earbuds in, found that, the day that Melanie, the first 45 minutes of Melanie's testimony, and I just hurried up and scanned through to see what all she was saying. It was not right. It was not right. I was like, this is how y'all met, allegedly. And we all know, because we followed the case from the very beginning, we know better. And so this dude is saying he wanted me to write a book. That's what Sean Little Bear said. Lies. It's a lie. It's all a lie. It's smoke and mirrors, and I'm sick of them. I'm sick of playing the game. I was, at first, I was naive and ignorant. I know better now. So I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse. I think it's a little bit of both. I would too. I would love to see her in her prison uniform as well. Orange isn't in her color wheel either. It was through Preparing a People. David Warwick has been not just on the Preparing a People circle or circuit or whatever you want to call it. He was speaking with Avraham Gileadi, who is he's a Jewish scholar. I mean, but this ties in with that. Anyways, there's so many things that tie in to Mormonism, because it's just like what I thought whenever I was trying to figure out what Chad's beliefs were, his belief system, right? I was like, it's like a gumbo. It's like just throw everything, a little dash of this, a little dash of that. Well, if you expand back a little bit and just kind of look at the bigger picture, that's exactly what Joseph Smith did. So it's the same. It's rinse, recycle, repeat, rinse, recycle, repeat. And so that's what it's so frustrating when people separate the two. Y'all already know though, because I think I've harped on that for a good 2 years now. She's not mentally. Oh wait, I thought she was mentally in at first, but she was making cold, calculating moves. Proves different. I did too. I thought she was mentally ill too until I learned that I saw Jesus in the temple is code. I was just like, I don't think you see Jesus, you know? It's weird how it only happens over there. um, I'm not saying again, I'm not here to say or discount anybody. I'm talking about Lori and them. And it is a Mormon thing. It's what you do when you get your calling and election made sure. That was said on the stand. People are like, if you've not studied the Mormonism part, there's no way you can make an intelligent, informed, let's say informed decision about Chad and Lori, especially Lori. Death was taken off. I mean, I don't really give a crap about the death penalty or not, as long as she's never free again. But it should have never been taken off the table to begin with, because she didn't see Jesus. It's just a phrase that Mormons say when they get their calling and election made sure, when they have their second comforter experience. Their second comforter experience means that they saw Jesus Christ. It's a bunch of different phrases for the same thing, just like polygamy. Polygamy is called eternal marriage, celestial marriage, one eternal. I mean, there's all kinds of different sayings, and that's why it continues to thrive, because they keep changing it. Just like and this is my opinion, allegedly everything, this entire video, my entire channel is all just my theory. Don't want to get sued or murdered. Hold on. Anyways, I'm glad. I'm so glad, Miss Lacey. Right? Don't you feel so? I'm proud of you. I'm happy for you. I just I hate to see this happen to people. I really do. I hate to see that it happened to. I do. This is really what I feel. I feel like this is why my family is not here. It's because Chandler and Gil, all Arizona police let them down. But it worked because the church is putting this out. Does that make sense? If there's, and they're incorporation, so I'm gonna treat them like a business. Okay, they dabble in Jesus, they dabble in salvation, and it's very shitty. It's very shitty. It is so shitty. Did I say shitty? It's not right. So, and you're sending out these warning letters, and oh, well, we just sent that out, because it was already a policy. I don't give a shit about your policy. I really don't care. Stop being assholes. Don't do the wrong thing. Then we don't have to do this kind of stuff. Shitty. I did it. Hey, Language of Forces. Hey, Jay Hughes. They see Jesus in a slice of burnt toast. That one's funny. Oh, they are? Oh, man. I don't like seeing that, Beach Bum. I'll have a hard time with cursey words. All right, I'll try. But damn. I mean, dang, see? I don't know how. Scientology is a money-making business like that. Huge corporation focused on the 501c3, right? And the First Amendment protection. It's a loophole. And look at Joel Osteen. I'm just saying, I watch Illuminati, so that's a good channel. These big churches, and they don't really do what they say they're doing. Like, say what you mean and mean what you say. It's not that difficult. People make it difficult and they get greedy. And as soon as, I mean, down to the the poorest of humanity. I mean, just it's money and money, power, sex, money, power, sex. It's across the board for everybody. So if it's good for you and it does, good for you to, I've listened to Joel Osteen. I've listened to Joyce Myers. I've listened. I take whatever I need from whatever I'm hearing and I run with it. I don't depend on it. You know what I mean? I just kind of grab it and roll with it. Oh, safe travels, Beach Bum. Thank you. I started to read the book of, yeah. I've had protection, obviously. Something protected me. I remember, I think it was Zero or maybe Bo Peep. I'm not sure. But I remember them saying, oh my God, be careful. And I was just like, what? I didn't get it, but I get it. But it just stands out to me too. I'm like, first off, I don't know who these people are. Moroni, Mathoni, Lamont, whatever. Lamoni, I think. There's all these Monis, okay? And Nephi and all these people. I'm like, I've never heard of these people. Oh my God, I didn't know if they were really part of it or not. I just didn't know. I'm not a scriptorian at all. Not even, definitely not for the Holy Bible. But I just kind of, I listened for the talk. I listened to what was being said to my uncle, what he was conveying to people. They didn't take him seriously because it's code talk. And it's to make people look crazy. I don't know if y'all can see that. I feel like y'all are definitely, there's a lot of people catching on, like it's unbelievable. And if people really did see that, it's like you're watching, how Alex was their fall guy? Well, it's kind of interesting. It's really interesting to watch how Lori has figured out that she is also a fall guy, if you will. It's very mob-like, and it's you're just like, oh, are you gonna take the stand? You gonna tell them about the second anointing? You can't. You take an oath, and it's all they know. So they don't know anything outside of Mormonism. So it's like, it's interesting to watch play out. That's for sure. I always wondered when they came out with the indictment and they said that it was for religious beliefs espoused and yada, yada, yada. I was like, how are they gonna, oh my God, okay, this means that it's relevant, what I've discovered, what I'm onto or whatever, it's relevant. It's in the indictment. Oh my God, how are they gonna prosecute this? Because it's their beliefs. Holy crap. But then I know that they're really good at micro compartmentalizing things because that is how, they're taught, they're indoctrinated all the way up. And so here's Rachel Smith. I'm like, I see her role now. I don't know, Donna. I really don't know. It's weird. I don't know. I have a theory, but I'm not sure. I think I'm for sure 3 different people for sure, but I don't know. Anyways, so what was I going to say? Anyway, so just my nose, very nasally. Secret combinations. So, okay, what I see, and if you can look at it this way, I've learned through all this that people project. Lori projected. Charles is cheating. She's cheating. They're rating people dark. They're projecting. So whatever they're projecting and whatever is really what they're doing. And so if you look at it like the big structure that it is, well, I don't know how to do a Moroni angel. I don't know how to do that. But if you look at if you can just back out your perspective just a little bit and look at the church as a whole, they say secret combinations, watch out for secret combinations, but they're doing it. So it's like, oh my God, they're the Gadian robbers, It's nuts. It's absolutely bad crap crazy. It just don't sound right. Bad crap. That's my theory. Again, I'm not a licensed anything. But just from studying it for so long, you pick up the patterns and you're like, I like to think they're framing the hyper-religiosity in a way. Oh, I think I like this. Well, where'd it go? Janet, where you at? Is it that far back? There you are. Okay. She says, I'd like to think they're framing the hyper-religiosity in a way they think the jury can easily connect to the conspiracy. Yes, conspiracy to murder. That's whenever David Warwick was on stand and they're talking about dreams and visions and nightmares and adversarial and and this imaginary church of the firstborn. Boy, I wanted to go punch him in his face. But anyways, it's neither here nor there. Then Rachel comes back and I'm like, she's the non-Mormon. She grounds it. She goes, okay, let's get back to reality. And I was like, oh my God, that's it. That's it. Thank you, Rach. Because that's totally it. She is the one that's like, we're not going to get stuck in this insanity loop or debate. It's not a debate. And it's not, I think you're right on there, Janet. Joseph's wife had a journal and they hide it. Yes, she tried to poison him too. Okay. Emma Smith tried to poison Joseph Smith because he wanted to have concubines. Spiritual wifery. That's another phrase, whatever. There's just, and I mean, the church is known for doing this. And I've shared articles with you guys before where there is a proof of them using code words so that they wouldn't get found out. I was like, no way did they put this out here. They did. And so there's these code words back from when the church started saying, yeah, we use code words, code names, because we didn't want to get busted. So there you go. It's like, monkey see, monkey do. Oh, wrong. Monkey mask see, monkey mask. Anyways, it just doesn't make sense. Oh my goodness, that felt really good. Sorry. If you make the product, Little Brand says, if you make the product, there's something to see that people will buy. If you make them believe there's a problem and there's a cure to be bought. Snake oil salesman. So what you want to know what the currency is here? It's salvation. And it's gross. So they hold people's salvation. It's invisible. It's only you can do it. But this church, that's their product, in my opinion. So it's interesting to see it from this perspective, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I like Rachel. She's just like, she nips it in the bud. I like her. I do. I really do. And I didn't really understand what her role was in this whole time. That day, whenever they're on the Zoom hearing or whatever, and Rob Smith, he's like, can I introduce Rachel's or whatever? And she's like, she just went into the frame, like, hey. I thought that was funny. Let me go turn this air down. And so Anyways, but I see where she is so needed and so appreciated and so valuable in this. Yeah, Jean. I think Julie Rowe is a product of this also. There's a lot of people that are a product of this double speak. They say one thing out this side of their mouth and out this side of the mouth. They're saying another and then they're doing another. It's so I mean it's a learned behavior in my opinion. It really is. It's gross. Can I say that again? It's gross. And it is fear mongering. And so I just don't know. I can't distance the two. I won't. I refuse. That's part of why I think they call her Lori Vallow and not Lori Daybell. It's to distance them. Okay, good. Thank you, DJ. I'll check it out. Thank you. You know, DJ is a super whiz on this. He has figured out every one of the murdered, of every one of the victims, and then some. Okay, DJ Norman has figured out every one of the victims' birth dates, death dates, and how they like Zalema saying that her and Alex, I want to say they kissed or whatever on October 31st. Well, isn't that the day that Alex was moving Melanie Pulowski and what's his face, Rich Robertson? You know, he went and stuck that little tracker on the U-Haul. How's he having time to whore around, you know? And it's all these dates, and it's ritual. It's ritual murder. They're espoused. He was busy, right, little Rand? Exactly. Oh, I hate typos. I know. I'm like, no, I did not say that. I never say ducking. You never say ducking. And I'm like, I don't care how many times I got to correct the autocorrect. I'm never saying ducking. But anyway, so I don't know if y'all want to go over like David Warwick's testimony and I just want to shred them. It's fun. I find it very interesting, but I can't really handle his freaking voice, but I've done worse. I have listened to Mike Stroud. He's not exactly the best voice. He sounds like a militant grandfather, you know. And I'm like, no, I never wondered when we were not going to talk about this parting of the Red Sea one day. That's something I've never pondered on, you know, ever. And it's a recruitment system. It's just like, okay, just like a, you know how they have the missionaries for the church? It's the same thing, smaller recruiting system, but it's still, it's very much still, it's the church, allegedly. So, okay, I'm sorry. Let's see. I don't know why I'm breathing so hard. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna go. It might make my computer lag a little bit, but I will be back. I'm looking for it while I sit here and act like I'm talking. I feel like I need to feel the dead air, and I don't. Okay, is that just my content? Let's see. No. Let's go here. All right, let me, David Warwick testimony. I don't know what day it was. Some people are using it from the jury selection dates. Some people are using it from the testimony dates. I'm like, are we day 8 or day 13? Which one? Here it is. All right, let me share screen.
An exclusionary rule in this case under
You wanna
Idaho
do it?
Rule of Evidence
Okay.
615.
Oh, I'm
And the
getting
state,
copies.
in good faith,
Internet.
I'll
Thank you, Miss
indicate,
Lacey.
has brought to the court's attention there may have been some issue with that. So I'm going to permit some inquiry into that issue, allowing the state and the defense to
Thank you.
lay a record of what may have occurred, and then the court will consider what should be an appropriate response after I've heard that testimony. So, Ms. Smith, without going into trial testimony, obviously, just on the issue of the court's exclusionary rule, if you'd like to inquire, I'll have you inquire, and then I'll allow cross from the defense, but only limited in scope as to whether or not the exclusionary
Let me know if it's
rule,
echoing though, like if I need to mute
in
myself.
this case. So, Ms. Smith, with that in mind, you may ask your witness questions.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Okay. And are you having any trouble hearing me?
No.
Okay. If at any time you have trouble hearing any of us, just let us know, okay?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
David Dale Warwick, Warwick.
Okay. And Mr. Warwick, are you married?
Yes.
And who are you married to?
Melanie Gibb.
Okay. How long have you guys been married?
About 2.25 years.
Okay. Do you remember when you got married?
No.
December 12th. Sorry, 2021.
No. Isn't it December 12th, 2020? Because it's a year after Alex was dead. That's because I was like, oh my God, I could not think while in the courtroom. That's what I'm saying. It's like I'm too close. And it's like I'm overstimulated, like sensory overload, because I'm watching, I'm processing, I'm listening, shredding through it. And, these are people who were around my nephew and around Tylee. Just these are freaking freaks. That's what they are. They're gross. So they're very triggering on themselves, but.
Okay. And have you testified in this proceeding before?
Yes.
Okay. And when I say this proceeding, in this case involving Ms. Vallow before?
Thank you.
I don't think on this one, no.
Okay. On a previous case involving Ms. Vallow?
I thought those were with Chad.
Okay.
I don't remember seeing Chad, so I did this twice, and I saw Chad.
Okay.
That's because so you can see the pattern already in David, because he's very to the letter, just like all these other, just like Lori, just like Chad, just like a lot of Mormons, because that's what they're taught. In my opinion, it's like, okay, if y'all Google soaking, it's just another way to go about doing the naughty without actually doing the naughty. If that, I mean, I hate to bring that term up, but it's just another example of how they just skirt that line, so it's very to the letter of the letter of the law, technically.
And then did you testify at a grand jury as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were given information from the prosecution staff about that the court has said you cannot view you cannot listen to trial testimony, right?
Right.
And you were given instructions that you can't discuss people's trial testimony with them, correct?
Right.
All right. Did there come a situation where you listened to someone's trial testimony?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
And
yes.
why?
I came down with an illness about 2 weeks ago.
So, but can we just say that both him and Melanie Gibb had a cold? Can we just both? Yeah, because they did. So yeah, germs, that's how germs work.
And Melanie didn't want to be alone up here, but she came to court, and I couldn't make it that day, so I was going to drive a couple of days later, but she ended up coming sooner. Anyway, so we stopped talking because she got here for 1 and 2. she was a little upset with me for not coming. And so I listened to 45 minutes of her.
I just caught that. So why would they hang out if they're not supposed to be? Oh, well, I guess they can talk, but they just, okay, my bad. Boy, I was about to jump because I was thinking, wait, they're not supposed to be sharing, but he just didn't. You just can't listen to things on the news or, okay, freaking out.
But I was doing it to see how she was doing. And then 45 minutes into it, I remembered and I shut it off.
Okay.
So I was just concerned for her and just seeing how she was doing. And I didn't have my presence of mind because I was playing Aquaman. Frankly, I was breathing water and it's just lost my presence of mind.
Okay. Because you've been sick and you're on medication.
I just got on.
And they haven't lived together because in the Rexburg Police Department interviewed Melanie Gibb, you know, with her bang. Her bang looked like it was just going crazy. And she's like, call me, I'll tell you the truth. And they're like, I was just like, oh my God, you're right there. They're asking you questions. And I can't recall one time in my life, or in this case, that's Melanie Gibb, you know? And I'm like, you're dumb. Like, I don't feel bad for saying that. I don't. They're two innocent kids and two innocent spouses that are dead because these people act dumb. It don't work. I don't even know if I said what I'm started out to say, but anyways. But in that interview, thank you, Jay Hughes. She said that she still had stuff in storage in Arizona. I don't really think it ever was a thing. I think maybe they just married just so they wouldn't have to testify against each other or whatever. Which, anyways, I don't understand all the rules. But, you know, were they still in the temple? And where their temple recommends? Because, you know, they're still members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Well, contingent on how they testify, I would say. That's my speculation.
Antibiotics 2 days ago just so that I can come because I was not getting better.
Okay. So you understand that you were instructed not to do that, right?
Yes, and that's why I shut it off. I remembered, I listened to the first 45 minutes, and then I remembered and I just shut it off.
Okay. Now, had you previously talked about this situation with your wife?
No, we haven't talked anything about the case. She lives in Arizona. I live in Utah.
Okay.
We have a distant relationship right now due to family needs.
What family needs? What, like what? No, I mean, she don't have little kids at home. She left them once. And all his kids are grown and gone. He's old.
So she I knew she needed some time, so I just left her alone.
Okay.
And
Is anything you listened to, did it affect what you're going to say in this trial at all?
Yes. Yes, it did.
no.
Okay. Did anything you heard from her testimony, anything the way she was treated, anything about that going to affect your ability to be truthful and candid in questioning?
No, because he was going to be untruthful and everything before, in my opinion.
No.
Anyway, it's going to affect what you have to say to this jury.
Not at all.
Yes, it is.
At this point, the state has nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith, for the inquiry. Either Mr. Thomas or Mr. Archibald, would you like to question the witness in regards to the issue of, again, narrow it to the scope of just the exclusion?
I'm not going to lie. This is the only time I liked Archibald thus far. It's when he gets on there. I'm like, right. This is so wrong.
Visionary rule, please.
So after your wife's testimony, what did you two talk about?
Why didn't they talk about his dreams and visions and nightmares?
We didn't talk about that at all. We didn't talk at all.
You haven't talked to your wife since last week?
Nope.
And that's normal for you two?
Nope.
So where is she right now?
She's at home working in Chandler, Arizona.
And how would you know that if you haven't talked to her?
It's because that's where she
Exactly. It's like questioning your kids, you know? It's so stupid.
lives, and I know she works.
So
And
how
she took a week off to come, and she needed to go back. She couldn't take any more time.
So how do you know that she's not still here in Boise if you
All
haven't
right.
talked to her?
Because
Well-
he's a seer, revelator, visionary.
I mean, I got a text from her saying that she was done and she was going home, but we didn't talk. We didn't talk anything about the case. She just told me that she's going home, and
I like that little Brance.
And so what did you learn from her testimony in the 45 minutes that you listened to it?
nothing. I'll be honest with you, I was so sick. I was just
Right, Karen Holland? Melanie Phibb actually works. Oh my God. This is the hard knock life for her. That's what they should have been doing from jump. They had too much damn time on their hands.
I was listening to her tones and how she was feeling, and there's nothing that stuck out to me
Says the tone deaf dude.
at all. I really wasn't listening for anything, and
So I clicked on another video. This dude here, I wanted to chicken choke him from where I was sitting. I know my face was telling. I need that monkey mask for court. I can't keep a straight face.
And so you were listening for her tone of voice rather than what she actually said.
yes,
And so how was her tone of voice?
she seemed somber.
Rigid, bitchy.
And so that's what you did you listen to the direct questions or the cross-examined questions?
He knows enough to
No,
answer this.
nothing on cross-examination.
How do you know?
It was all the first 45 minutes.
Why do you even say this? He lies about everything else.
Whatever the first 45 minutes was about.
And where would you have accessed that information?
YouTube.
So what other articles did you pull up on YouTube?
There were just a couple relating to Melanie.
I agree, Justice Jane. He did. I was like, what? I think he did that on purpose. It's distance. It's what they do. They distance themselves and they deny, just like their church, in my opinion.
And then when the one had the court, so that's where I listened to the 45 minutes, and then that's when I recalled and shut it off.
And who posted that on YouTube?
Trying to remember which one it was.
Oh, it's not that hard. That's not a. He just swallowed hard. You can hear it. He is a lying liar that lies. Yeah, yeah. Does he have a bragging channel on YouTube? I don't know if it's a bragging. I don't know. Does he? If so, we'll share it live.
It was either Hidden Crime or something like that, or East Idaho News. I don't remember. I remember seeing headings,
Okay.
but they're right next to each other, and I'm not sure which one I.
And so what was the heading that you clicked on?
Melanie lies in court again.
Melanie Phibb testifies in court, something like that.
Didn't it sound like he said Melanie Good? I'm backing that up because I think so. It sounds like it.
Melanie Phibb testifies in court, something like that.
And did you have to fast forward through other information to get to Melanie's testimony?
You can't imagine that monkey mask. It's horrific. I was like, what did they do to these kids? You know, that I was so pissed. But yeah, I would so wear the monkey mask and look at them for sure. Give them a little taste of their and I would have my lip gloss and I'd put it on the mask on the lips.
No, it was just hers.
And did you read the comments about the article?
No,
Do you get was this on your
He
laptop?
didn't read them. He didn't read them. He's lying. He's lying.
Or your cell phone?
Cell phone.
He looks too old to be watching YouTube from his cell phone.
And did you download it?
No.
You just played it on YouTube?
Yes.
He's Mr. Fit
Did you
after
do
all.
that with, have you done that in the past with other articles about this case?
Yeah. So I went into another
In
one.
the past, yeah, when I have in the past. But, that was like a couple of years ago when we were dealing with stuff then.
Right. It's
Since
not
you
going
received
away.
your subpoena
Dum-dum.
in this case, how many articles have you clicked on?
How many articles?
Yeah.
There was 2 on Melanie. And then there was one on Zulema and Alex back when they got married.
And those would have been
Like what? Their wedding
articles
along?
posted by who? Do you remember?
I don't remember. I was just laying in bed or sitting in a rocker. Actually, I couldn't lay down,
You don't know.
and
Nightmares.
I was just kind of
What's the latest?
trying to come up with the right word.
The right lies.
Is that where you get most
I
of
was
it?
just kind of, I was just kind of surfing, just kind of doing my time until I got up, and then when I got 45 minutes into Melanie's testimony, then my presence of mind said, "Hey, you're not supposed to be doing this." And
Thank you, Heidi's mind. Has anyone, oh my gosh, has any one of these people ever reached out to forgiveness for Miss Kay and Mr. Larry? Yes, they did. As soon as Melanie Phibb testified and David Warwick testified in Chad's preliminary hearing, they just wanted to sit right next to my parents. And that pisses me off even more because I'm like, y'all are so evil. Y'all are diabolical people. Get away from my parents. Get away from my family. Go pray. PREY somewhere else. Mother crackers. I don't know what else to say. Oh my God, they pissed me off.
I shut it off. And I didn't pick it up again after that.
And the other articles that you accessed, was that also on YouTube?
Exactly, Trace. Exactly. I don't believe that for a second that JJ just didn't respond to him. Well, he probably didn't respond to him. It's not like he just sat there either. JJ was always on the go. I don't know. Who knows? We don't know, and we'll never know because there's people like this right here.
YouTube or some other format?
They were YouTube.
Objection, vague. If we could get a time frame of when he's saying he accessed those other articles.
I agree. If we can know when this occurred, Mr. Archibald, that'll be helpful.
The question was, since you received your subpoena, you told me you had received some other access, some other articles, right? Did you remember?
Yeah, they were all that same time frame, that same day.
Oh, the same day that you listened to Melanie's,
Yes, I was just
you accessed other
yes,
articles.
I was checking on my wife, just trying to find
So he was checking on his wife. Why didn't he call her?
things on her. And then when I saw the court, I listened to that one.
Exactly.
And then while she was testifying, that's when the consciousness set in and said, "You're not supposed to be doing this." And
He just said that he has a conscience. He is lying right there. None of these people have one.
I remember the order.
And so since you received your subpoena,
Julie R. It's David Warwick.
have you accessed other articles about this case?
No.
Excuse me.
Everybody's gonna be sick. Right? I'll do it
I have
for
just a couple quick questions.
Carrie. I want to do that, so my mom don't have to. I don't know how, but I think my parents. They're not stupid either, so they're just good people. That's what we do. We turn the other cheek, and it's just to get more information. Like there's a lot in the things that they don't say. There's a lot of things in what they do say, and yeah, I don't like these people. I hate this because it's like it. Never mind. They don't have a conscience. It's gone. Never had one.
Because I want to make sure I understand. Once you got your, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So once you got your subpoena and once the trial started, what have you looked at or listened to about the trial?
Melanie, and then
Exactly, Christica. All in the name of Jesus. Exactly.
that one about Zulema and Alex when they got together.
Yep.
Okay. So when you say an article about Zulema and Alex, was it about Zulema's testimony at
No.
trial?
No.
Okie dokie.
Okay. And when you say when Zulema and Alex was an article
I love you too.
referencing their marriage in the past? Okay.
Yes.
Did that article have anything to do with testimony in this courtroom?
No.
I like what Irene said. Let me go over there so I can post a comment. Oh, I'm watching it from the TV so I can watch both. Let's see. As she says, my partner of 12 years lives in another state. I've never checked the internet to see how he's doing. I call him such lies. Exactly. They're lies. It's all lies. Anyways.
Okay. Did it have anything to do with the proceedings before Judge Boyce against Lori Vallow?
Thank you.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Okie dokie. Oh, I almost messed that up on accident. But thank you.
So in terms of what you've listened to about what has gone on from the witness stand in this case, what have you listened to
Oh my gosh.
about?
Okie dokie. Thank you. Girl. Thank you. You didn't have to. I don't have to, but I appreciate it. I do. Oh my gosh. I always mess them up too. I've done it on other channels. But anyways, let's go ahead and continue on with this vagabond here.
The trial testimony in this case?
Trial testimony?
Yes, sir.
Melanie. 45 minutes of Melanie, that's it.
Okay. Did you read any articles about trial testimony?
No.
Okay. So I was just a little confused on cross-examination.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Did anything that you've listened to with regard to trial testimony affect or have any impact on your testimony before this court?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Is there anything that you've read about the proceedings before the judge that is going to affect your testimony in the courtroom?
No.
Yes.
Okay. And when you say back when you said to Mr. Archibald that you had looked at some stuff back when we were going through all this, you and now your wife have been witnesses on this case since the case started in 2020 and 2021, right?
Yes.
Some of your first interviews were in 2020, right?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, you've given several interviews to law enforcement.
So where are those? I want to know. I've never seen David Warwick. Have y'all? No. I mean, no. Because I'd have molded over. We would have molded over just like we did all the other ones. Where are they? Idaho, FOIA. I guess it might not come out in the FOIA docs when this is over. Who knows? Who knows? There's so many things being protected, in my opinion.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I wish everybody would have protected the kids and Tammy and Charles like they do these assholes.
Those interviews have been done both recording and with police reports, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've also testified in court in public at a preliminary hearing,
Yes.
and you've testified under oath.
I totally agree with you, Grammy B. Yep, I do. And you'll hear it whenever Jim Archibald redirects or whatever you call it. And he tries about the 144,000. And this is what I'm saying. Whenever you're talking about Mormons who are really, really, really just, when they're bastardizing, when they're using the gospel to justify these things that they're doing, these horrible things that they're doing, then they want to tie it to the Bible. But when they get caught, I'm sorry, when they get caught, they tie it to the Bible. So it's funny that Jim Archibald says, he's asking David about this imaginary church, right? Which is bull crap. And he even asked, he's like, well, and David says it's from Doctrine and Covenants, which is a Mormon thing. Okay. It's very specific to Mormons, not anybody outside of that. And Archibald asked if he had heard it from the Bible. And I'm like, are you serious? But then David Warwick's like, no, not he. I was like, thank you, Jesus, because it's all about tying it back to the Book of Mormon. So for anybody who gets offended that the 144,000 is, because it is in the Bible, just know that this is a tactic and you have to tie it back to the Book of Mormon. That's the thought process. So, I don't want to upset anybody, but it's to make a point, with these people.
Oath before a grand jury.
Yes.
Okay. Did anything you heard about the first 45 minutes of your wife's testimony in any way change what you've testified to 2 or 3 times?
No.
Did anything that you heard from your wife's testimony for that first 45 minutes change anything you've told the police?
No.
All right. The state has nothing further.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Exactly, Grammy B. The Church of the Firstborn, second anointing, pretending the sealing happened in a waiting room and not the celestial room, the second comforter and translated beings, etc. Exactly. I remember going throughout this entire process, and Tina Reddington, she was really one who was like, you just cannot, at Jen too, Jen, a lot of you guys who know better were like, they can't just go in the temple like that. There's a lot of workers there. There's people outside, that will run you off. You can't video or take photos of the church. Yada yada. It's very Scientologist-y, It's very Jehovah Witness like, because those are high demand religions, in my opinion. And so it's very much, it's these technicalities. Does it make it any better? It was a second anointing. They're never going to say it. The church is never going to say it because it don't exist. I swear I'm going to hashtag make some merch just on purpose, because they're not ever going to claim it and say, hey, that's ours. They can't sue me and say they own second anointing is what I'm saying, So if you use it, I'm going to do hashtag second anointing. And just to see, because I like calling them out on their bullshit. I like it. I do. I wish that they would step forward and claim it, let me know what you're doing, church, because you can't do this. Stop doing it, please. Anyways.
All right. With the record before the court, then at this point, I'll ask if the defense has any motion.
And okie dokie, especially on a Sunday when it's closed. And that's not the first time that we've heard Lori being at the temple on a Sunday. Plus in the FOIA docs, they're like, meet me at the terrestrial church. And I can't help but wonder. I'm just saying, everything else is horrific in this story. Why would it stop at the church? That's who purports this. That's who pushes this out there, in my opinion. That's who dubs these ritual murder things as they label them. They label people like Lori, who say they've had their second comforter experience as mental. Why? Because it works. Why does it work for Brian David Mitchell? Why does it work for the Lafferty brothers? Why does it work for Errol LeBaron? And so on and so forth. It just, it makes sense. It really does. I don't know. I haven't studied, though, to be fair, into other religions. And I don't know about all the branch offs, but there seems to be a lot from this church. And I think Denver Snuffer even, and how he still says that he had a second comforter experience. He saw Jesus Christ in the flesh. That's code. I think he's smart, and he's using it against the church like I do. You know what I mean? He's a lawyer. He's not dumb. He's using their code against him because he knows they won't go after him for it because they put it out initially. I think it's just people that, they have these experiences. Some people take it literally. I mean, look, you can't do this. You can't tell people they're exalted and that the only unpardonable sin is to deny the Holy Ghost or shed innocent blood. Well, they're not denying the Holy Ghost in their religion, and they're not spilling innocent blood because they're zombies. They're possessed by demonic spirits. So they're not killing a child. They're not killing a teenage girl. They're not killing a 49-year-old mother, or they're not killing Charles. They're killing the zombie. And it's just like, whoa. Letter of the law, straight up.
And as it relates to the issue of the exclusionary rule and order.
Yes, Your Honor. It's apparent that Idaho Rule of Evidence 615 has been violated, that this witness, after receiving his subpoena, did access court testimony in violation of that rule and in violation of his directions on his subpoena. So we would ask that he be excluded.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Archibald. What's the response from the state?
Your Honor, I think the court has to consider the willful nature of the conduct. The court has to consider whether there's any harm done to the witness's testimony. There is a case in Idaho directly on point, and that's State versus Danson.
That's funny, little brands. Oh my God, I love your humor. Oh my God, I love your humor. She says, lots of comforters, no mattress protectors to be found. Rubber sheets. Well, they do have Alex, allegedly with the plastic painters, whatever. Whatever. These people are, whoa, they are out there and they're still among the free. Interacting with children. It's gross.
113 Idaho 746. In there, the court, of course, knows it has broad latitude under Idaho Rule 615. There's no willful misconduct. It says wife. He was checking to see how she was doing. It's one of the hazards in a trial that is recorded and televised.
I call her Queen Sandra Maryland. Oh my God, I would love to meet Sandra Tanner. I admire what she and her husband Gerald have done, and it's just to meet. I mean, it's not the same situation, because this is murder, but I love the way they went about it, and in a compassionate way. If it wasn't for murder, I would be way less aggressive, and I haven't even really been that aggressive, but you know what I mean? Like I could, but these people infuriate me, and that's another thing that was triggering me is while I'm listening and watching this dude lie right there, I'm watching Lori's face and she is like, no, like she knew. And I mean, I'm not saying that she's anybody that I believe, but you watch for these knee-jerk reactions, right? And she was like, And so I really wonder, because if she takes the stand, and let's say that she does say, yeah, we were still together in a temple by our president. I doubt she'll say, but Jen calls it they'll Epstein her, and I'm like, yeah, very well. Because it's an oath. It's a blood oath that they take. And it's a secret society. It is secret combinations, if you will. They're projecting and fear-mongering from what they do. And by they, I mean the church, allegedly. That's my little 2 cents.
Or published across the country that that presents significant risks to this situation happening. What is notable in this situation is the witness, when he was asked, immediately told the state and the investigators who were there. We immediately brought it to the attention of the court. This man has testified a couple of times under oath, given multiple interviews, both recorded and noted in police reports, and has been completely forthcoming. There was no willful violation of this court's order. And under State versus Danson, the court recognizes there are
I do. I think she will. I don't think she can handle it. She's a narcissist, and she's going to want to get her. She always wants to have the last say so, right? I really do. I hope she does. I do. I really, because this is not justice, in my opinion. This is not justice for the victims. I mean, it is short term, like, if you minimize it, but it's not the full story for sure, which is what, the quest I've been on. And it's much bigger, and it involves a whole hell of a lot more people who need to. I mean, we'd be here for 6 months if all the people involved, were really called out for what they were doing. If this was really a just society, but here we are.
Situations such as this, where the daily proceedings are broadcast to the world at large, that the court is going to have to craft a remedy for those accidental things that happen or those inadvertent things that happen. And specifically the court's remedies, if the court is concerned about the conduct of the witness, you could craft an instruction to the jury, allowing them to consider that he has listened to portions of his wife's testimony in assessing his credibility. The court can also allow the defense counsel to do take a statement from him. We could take a break and they could do a specific statement on any other things. There's countless other remedies short of the very extreme remedy of striking that witness. And I would ask the court.
Everything else is freaking extreme. Let's roll with it. God, it is aggravating. It is, because it silences the victims. Can't stand it. I know y'all can't either. People will catch on. This is the case. This isn't just Tylee and JJ, Charles, Tammy, and Joe. This is for all the victims who never make it to court because it gets silenced by their bishops and that damn LDS helpline. It's for all the victims who we don't even know, the Glenn Pace, what do you call it? The Glenn Pace, I can't think of the freaking word. Memo, the Glenn Pace memo about the satanic panic crap that happened. Look at David Levitt in the news right now because he's denying, and there's 130 other people they're investigating for child SA, ritualistic murder, cannibalism. Okay? Tylee. Tylee. Look at her. What's left of her. It's not isolated. And they're getting found out. It's just we're having to chomp at we're just having to chomp at it. Eventually it will fall because it's not built on a firm foundation, by the way, which is by Rod Meldrum. Rod Meldrum, y'all are here. Anyways, I'm sorry. I go off on these tangents.
Court to use its discretion and see Mr. Warwick for what it was. It was an inadvertent way of trying to support his wife. And when he realized he was doing it the wrong way, he
Thank you, Clumsy Clairvoyant. It's good to have you. I've seen you before. Thanks for being here.
stopped.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Does the defense wish to make any rebuttal argument before I make a ruling?
Well, Your Honor, there's a reason that we have rules, and we don't just say, golly gee,
I like this.
made a mistake, my bad, no harm, no foul. That's not the language of Idaho Rule of Evidence 615. The reason that we have this rule is exactly for this predicament. He's accessing information on the internet, on YouTube. He knows he's not supposed to. His motivation for it is really irrelevant. He purposefully accessed it, and he purposefully listened to it. And he not only did that, but accessed another article regarding other people who have testified in this case. So I can understand the state saying no harm, no foul, but there's a rule, and there's a reason we have a rule, and it's to protect the integrity of the court. So I ask that he be excluded.
I feel the same way, Grammy B. I do. I feel the same way. Maybe you have already emailed me. I don't know. I've been trying to. It's so hard to be on different platforms, and answer a lot of things and to do with this, but it's not. Anyways, yeah, she says you have no idea how less alone, because it is a very lonely feeling when you learn about these things and you're like, oh my God, who do I tell? I remember having this conversation with myself. I was like, okay, I can tell Rexburg Police. And I was like, no. So I kept thinking, you go higher. Okay, I can tell the FBI. No. CIA. No. President at the time, it was Trump, and I was like, President Trump. And I was like, no, this is high. This is really deep. Well, damn, detective's daughter. I put you to sleep. I put you in the night. Or I kept you up too late last night, probably. But exactly. You're not alone, and we're not alone. And that is empowering right there. I'm so glad that you came along, because it sucks. And it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be this protected. Rule number 1, don't kill your kids. Exactly. Let me get back over here.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Archibald. Well, the court's reviewed this situation.
I don't know,
carefully
Juniper.
considered
I wish
the
they would.
testimony that's been provided through the questioning of the witness. The court would note that I, sua sponte, issued an order for exclusion of witnesses in this case before trial started. The citation of the state in the State versus Danson case, 113 Idaho 746, does set out the analysis of the rule. Talks about, first of all, it is correct that it is within the trial court's discretion to determine the nature of any sanction that may be imposed. That also cites the State versus Christensen case, 100 Idaho 631.
All right, I'm gonna skip forward this. Remember,
held in
who knows how long?
we don't hear, so I'm looking at the left series to confirm the order
Oh my gosh.
to exclude his testimony this morning. Testimony.
Awareness is exposure. Yes. Nice. I agree. I wish they had locked him up. Well, you do lose your entire community. It's horrible. You do have so much more now. I wish so many people would see. So it's important that you talk too, Your voice matters. Everybody's voice matters. Nobody should silence and protect, because if we remain silent, it is protecting these people who get away with this because it works for them. Oh my God. Okay. Dead air.
CR 22211624, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow. The state has called its next witness, who has been sworn and is on the stand. Ms. Smith, if you'd like to commence with your direct examination, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Email me, if you will, please. Grammy BNNC. It's KRESHA. My name, Kresha0123@gmail.com. Please. And then I'll give you my number from there. But yes, I feel the same way. I do. I think there's a lot of connections here. It's worth it. It definitely won't hurt.
Can you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please?
No.
David Dale Warwick,
Okay. Mr. Warwick, where do you live?
Pleasant Grove, Utah.
Okay. Are you married?
Yes.
Who are you married to?
Melanie
Yes,
Gibb,
Okay. How long have you been married to Melanie Gibb?
you don't know.
2.25 years.
Okay. So if I'm doing the math, what year was that?
To
You don't know.
2021?
2021.
Okay.
12 times 12. 40.
And do you know Lori Vallow?
Yes.
How do you know Lori Vallow?
I met her through Melanie.
Okay. Do you remember when you first met her?
Yes.
When did you first meet her?
Second anointing.
It was down in Arizona. I was down there with Melanie, and we got a call. And she asked Melanie to bring me over. They wanted to.
Yeah, I have those invitations, the emails that Melanie Gibb sent out. It was just days after my uncle was murdered in that house in Arizona. And here, how did Melanie and David meet? you know? And why did they all go through these quick divorces and marriages, and why are all their passwords to their Wi-Fi too many kids? If you know what I mean. It's bullshit.
They wanted me to meet them.
Okay, so and if at any time, I know sometimes it's hard for you to hear, right?
Yeah.
So if at any time you can't hear, I need you to let me know. All right.
Okay.
All right. So you said she wanted Melanie to bring you over to meet them. Who is she?
Lori Vallow.
Okay, and Lori Vallow wanted to meet you.
Yes.
All right.
Why?
And where did you go to meet her?
To her house.
Okay. Where was that?
I believe it was Chandler, Arizona.
Okay.
Was
it in Arizona?
Yes.
He's like, that's what Melanie said the other day.
It was in Arizona.
Okay. Was she married at the time?
No.
Okay.
Candace Parr says, are you married to Melanie? Yes, but we were married before when I was a bozo. We were married before in a past life. It's not Chad's. It's everybody's. It's the church.
Was she widowed?
Yes.
Okay. Who had she been married to?
Yeah, I teeter-tot with that too, Donna. Because I mean, the way her testimony or whatever, whenever she was being interviewed by the Rexburg Police Department in Chandler, and she said that where Lori saw Jesus is the same place where Zelima said she saw Jesus right there near the initiatories, and by Moroni himself, you know. So I don't know. It sounded pretty genuine, and so I'm right there with you. I don't know if they even know they're part of this, and I mean part of this by I don't even know if they know that they're recruiters and point persons and handlers and all that crap. You know, I still go back and forth with it. I'm honest, you know, like I'll tell you, if it doesn't fit, I don't try to force it, but it's so suspicious that it's
Charles Vallow.
Okay. How close in time was this to that you met her? Was it to the time that Charles died?
I met her the first week of August, and I just knew Charles had died previously to that, but I wasn't sure how.
You lie.
Okay.
I didn't know them.
Okay. So the first week of August of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you met her, you went to her home in Arizona.
Yes.
Who was there at her home when you met her?
There was Chad.
Exactly.
Alex. Melanie. I think her last name was Bordeaux at the time.
Yeah, Charles.
And
It's Boudreaux, damn it.
then Zelima showed up, and then another lady showed up, but I don't remember her name. She was pretty quiet.
Yeah, you do.
And when you said Chad, do you mean Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Okay.
No,
So prior to August of 2019, had you ever met Chad Daybell?
Just over the phone.
Okay. How was it you?
Lie. There are flyers out there from Preparing a People back when they were just Preparing a People. He's so technical, right? Because he's like, no, you know, but yeah, they were on the circuit together. They were speaking at the same damn events. I want to punch this dude in the face.
Talked to Chad Daybell over the phone prior to August of 2019.
A few years previous, he reached out to me and wanted to do a book with me.
And did you ever do that with him?
No.
Okay. Why not?
That was me that just coughed. But anyways, because it's like, no, you're lying. You're lying. Exactly. I don't know how to say your name. Corsica? LDS equals 17 million, but only 144,000 left. I don't know how that number must be. Oh, it went away. I get you though.
I didn't feel it was right, and I didn't.
Can we all agree that this dude, just like all the other ones, they don't have this discernment that they think they have? If it's because it's not the truth, right? I don't like these people.
Didn't feel like he was the one that, if it was to be done, that it should be done with.
Okay. And so at the house at Lori Vallow's home in August of 2019, you saw Chad there.
Yes.
Okay.
In a bad way, Miss Lacey. I've been treated so different since leaving the church by church members because they ostracize, you know. I want to get through this because I want to share. I found another interview with Bernadine McCandless, who, you know, she interviewed on Hidden True Crime. And I want to share it. So I want to
what happened at the house when you met Lori Vallow?
Yes.
They were having, they were just sitting around the table, and Lori was she was an amazing hostess.
I think it's
She was
odd,
fixing-
Jax. I think it's odd that the kids aren't there. You know, I'd want to know.
And food, and it was just kind of they were like having a social.
I'm sorry, Miss Lacey.
Yeah.
All right. And then did you have an opportunity to meet her again at any point after that?
Yes,
Okay. Where was it you met her again?
at her apartment in Rexburg,
Okay.
Idaho.
Now, to be clear at this point, were you married to Melanie Gibb?
No,
Okay.
You need to move to Southwest Louisiana, Miss Lacey. You'll be welcomed. You know, it's like when you back away from the bubble of the LDS. You know, like I back away from it, and I'm like, they're only 1% of the total population of the world, allegedly. I think they fudge those numbers, and they're mainly a lot of members outside of the United States. And so if you're not like Utah or Rexburg or, you know, in the Mormodor, then you don't get it. You know, those members, it seems like they don't quite get it. They're like, well, that's not how it is for me. And I mean, I get it. Everybody's experience is different. That's just called individuality and not the culture, you know. But when you depend on it for your job, they set it up that way. So you do these family home evenings and you go check on your neighbors. And I mean, it's great if it was for what it was really intended for, but it's not. It's for control. So it's really gross. But I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. We're proud of you. I'm happy. Anybody that got out, I'm like, oh God, you know. And they always say for like ex-Mormons are like, why can't they just leave us alone? That's what the church members say. And it's because they get out and they see it for what it really is. And then they just are like, please, please, please see it. You know, it's your only way to really go after the church is to get people to use their critical thinking, you know, but it's all they know. So it's so weird. It's so heartbreaking.
Were you guys dating at this point?
yes.
Okay. So how did it come to be that you met Lori Vallow at her?
In Arizona.
Oh, they don't like me there, or they don't like you there, or I don't think they like me. You know, I really don't. Nadine looks at me or actually just tries to avoid looking at me. I've met him before, but that was way before. It was like January 2021, and I didn't know about this yet. And oh no, they wouldn't, Maryland. But I mean, I really feel like they just they know what I do, but I have to compartmentalize and separate them from church. You know, it's crazy because I know it's not like Rob Wood, you know, I mean, it's the culture. It's the culture. It's your environmental surroundings. They don't know anything outside of it. So it's so hard. It's so hard to just skirt that line. And I love humanity, you know, that's how I try to look at it, but it's hard, but it's doable.
Which it didn't happen. So I was coming up to see Melanie, and I was coming up for the Book of Mormon conference. And I was also coming up because my son just moved to Pocatello, Idaho.
Okay.
So I just kind of took a long weekend, just kind of see everybody and just enjoy the weekend and do the podcast.
Okay. And
Yes, it is. Juniper's Tarot and Magic. Thinking without fear is true freedom. Bam.
so when you say you took a long weekend, what weekend was that?
September 20, 20 through the 23rd, 22nd, right in there.
Okay. Of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And so
At TS Jackson, I think that they don't challenge any of these people really because they're tunnel visioned on getting the conviction, right? Because we do only have one shot at this. And I mean, I just guess I have to get comfortable with taking all these details, continuing on to build my theory and to show the evidence, that's the only thing I can do because I don't know for sure. I never will because nobody's truthful in this. So at least we're getting more information and, maybe down the road, it's a lot to process at once right now, but just to compare them, and just poke holes in it. That's, I think, what'll be this is the lifelong mission part of it. This is my life's work now. So, we're just going to get more and more info for people to be able to see and make their own conclusions, do their own research. Everybody needs to do their own research. It's so important. I don't care whether it's vitamins for your children or whatever. It just do your own research. It's so empowering. It really is. I've learned a lot through this.
forgive me, you were coming up for kind of 3 purposes,
Yes.
and those 3 purposes were what?
To go spend some time with my son, with his family in Pocatello. They just moved there a couple weeks previous. And then the Book of Mormon conference was there in Rexburg.
Okay, so that's the same Rod Meldrum, y'all, that I've hounded on, also in all this. All those people who are in those circuits, anybody on those preparing a people flyers, the Firm Foundation expos. The Firm Foundation is the Book of Mormon evidence. The Book of Mormon evidence is the same people as the Firm Foundation. And they're just like preparing a people. In fact, they separated from Latter-day Media / preparing a people / Nancy and Mike James. They distanced themselves in September of 2021. I was like, well, thank you for the public announcement, So now for sure, I know that you were wifed up, technically. It's all technical. They all operate as businesses or something because they all have 501c3s. Okay. And it's gross. It's so gross. And they still do these firesides. They still do these expos. They still do these speaking conferences. I get notifications every time they do. It's always around general conference time. So it's twice a year for sure. But it's these people in on these circuits. Jason Mao, it was Chad Daybell, Sean, Terry Scabby is his real name, Little Bear. And all them, all them just nice, awesome people. I'm lying. They're not nice. They're not awesome people.
And then to see Melanie.
Okay.
And to do the podcast.
Okay. When you say to do the podcast, had you participated in any of the podcast sessions that Lori Vallow and Melanie and others had done before?
Yes.
No, I did some with.
Yes, okie dokie. It's a money-making business cloaked as a church. Yeah.
Vallow and Melanie and others had done before?
No, I did some with preparing the people, but nobody else.
Okay.
Thank you, Dad.
And so one of the purposes was to come up and to do the podcast with Melanie, Lori. Anybody else going to participate in that podcast?
No.
Where were you supposed to record the podcast? Podcast with Melanie.
I accidentally hit that. I'm sorry. Where is this podcast? Okay. Where is this freaking podcast? It's important. I want it. I want to hear it. I want to hear it because they were doing podcasts within days of murdering Tylee, within days of murdering JJ, within days of murdering my uncle, within days of murdering Tammy. That's weird. It's so gross. It's so gross. I want to hear them. I feel like I have a right. They are the same, Maxine, in my opinion. It's like the FLDS is a branch off of LDS. It's original doctrine. It's original early teachings of the church that have never been disavowed. That's what I'm saying. They speak out of both sides of their mouths because they're like, oh no, we don't teach that. Oh no, it's there. It's for the finding. And that's why Mike Stroud says you have to inquire and plead to obtain and receive. You know, that's what they're for. It's to the church will never have ties directly to it because it's smart. It's a smart incorporation, and it gets away with these things because it severs those ties, right? And so it steadily just throws people under the bus, just like Lori, just like Chad. As soon as you are of no worth to them, boom, you're done. You're dead to them, you know? So Chad and Lori doing all this and getting caught, they got caught. The church distanced themselves. That's what they do. They sent out 2 notifications the first week of this trial, again, saying not to, involve themselves with, they're telling their members this, not to involve themselves in court proceedings and yada, 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 just like they obstructed justice, in my opinion, when they sent out letters in the beginning of this. When was it? The second day of Chad's trial or preliminary hearing. And, they sent out these letters and they're like, oh, it has nothing to do with that. Well, I don't believe you. I really don't believe you now. And you don't know. No. Stop. We see you. Ugh.
Lori, anybody else going to participate in that podcast?
No,
Okay. Where were you supposed to record the podcast?
at Lori's apartment.
Okay. And so you came up, I believe you said September 20th, and you were going to go to Lori's to do the podcast?
Yes.
All right. Where did you stay that weekend?
Well, I was going to stay in a hotel in Idaho Falls to kind of be in the middle with everything.
Middle of everything.
But
Like
Melanie
what?
called me and said, hey, don't.
To be in the middle of what? Why didn't him and Melanie go stay in the hotel room and hoe around there instead of lying about sleeping together in JJ's and Tylee's bedrooms? Why? In the middle of what? I didn't catch that before, but in the middle of what exactly? What, the murders and sacrificing of children, or your son and the Firm Foundation Expo? That don't make no damn sense. It doesn't. No, it don't. And Jen has found everywhere in the Doctrine and Covenants where the 144,000 are listed. I love her.
Don't waste money on a hotel. Lori's got an extra room here. Why don't you just come and stay here?
What she does.
Okay.
And the majority of the weekend is going to be in Rexburg anyway, so I decided to stay there.
Okay.
Right.
So when you got to Lori's place in Rexburg, Idaho, who was at the house, if you remember?
Mm-mm.
When I got there, Alex Cox, Melanie, Lori, and JJ.
And Cat 73, I think he was involved, in my opinion. I think him and Melanie were both hands-on involved. If not, maybe not just like the actual killing of JJ, but they definitely were part of the ceremony, if you know what I mean. That's my gut feeling. That's my intuition. And you just can't be that close and not know and not hear anything. And why you don't, if Chad didn't have this patriarchal blessing, power, or authority, then you don't go asking him for a blessing. And then David says that he wanted to give JJ a blessing the next morning because, he was knocking pictures of Jesus off and he got out of control and turned into a zombie. So he's patriarchal too. It doesn't line up.
Okay. Now, had you met JJ Vallow before that time?
No.
Okay. Do you remember what JJ was doing when you got there?
He was sitting on the couch playing with toys.
Okay. And did you interact with him at all?
Yeah, I got a Down syndrome boy, autistic, so I just sat down with him to.
And he's an adult. I've seen pictures of him, and I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm just saying what David's saying. You know, and how Melanie Gibbs says that she knows a little about autism when her son's on the spectrum. She's talked about it publicly before. They just really distance themselves. They really dumb it down. They really make it like it's not a huge deal. And that silences the victims, and it pisses me off.
Just to include him, I wanted to see how he was doing and talk to him, but it was like I wasn't even there. He never acknowledged me.
Now, when you got there, did you see Tylee Ryan there at all?
I think so too. I think John Parr will tear his ass up too. I do. And it's like, it's a double-edged sword because I want them to be shredded, but then I want them convicted. So it's like, and I want justice for the victims and for my family so we can move the hell on. You know, my family doesn't really, you know, I did this and, you know, they couldn't. They were doing all the other things, you know. We all have like different roles that we took on in this. And I'm so glad though. I hated this. I hated having to learn it. But I'm glad I did because they can't bullshit me. You can't bullshit a bullshitter. And it's nice to build it. It's nice and it's infuriating at the same time to be able to poke holes in everything they say. Because I'm like, no. That's not, no, you're lying. That's not how that goes. It's not Chad and Lori. It's bigger.
No.
They got caught.
Did you ever see Tylee Ryan that weekend?
No, I never did. Never did see her. I never did meet her.
Okay. Were you told where she was?
I was told that she was attending Rexburg, Idaho.
Well, did you see her Jeep? Was anybody driving her Jeep? You know, because she was so independent, right? She was going to be Miss Independent, Tylee. And so there's this Jeep, guys, you know, like what the hell? Did they drive it while they were in town because he's so cheap and didn't rent a car? Or did they go anywhere at all? You know, it's like, I want to know so many things.
College, and she wanted to be independent.
Okay. And who told you that?
I think it was Melanie told, if I remember right, Melanie asked Lori in front of me.
Okay. And then who told you that Tylee was attending college in Rexburg and wanted to be independent?
Yes.
Who said those words?
Lori.
Okay. And so after you have that interaction with JJ, did you have any other interactions with JJ that weekend?
Yeah, there was he had a cardboard box and he was.
This triggered me because this is something I used to do with my little brother, which is JJ's father, his biological father. I had to put my head down in my lap as far as I could because it was just horrible. And then I saw the thing with Nate Eaton interviewing the guy who moved, you know, they like go and move things out of people's homes, you know, when they abandon them, you know, because it was such a planned move. Sarcasm. But that was hard. It's hard. It sucks. They suck.
Cutting doors and windows out of it, making a home out of it.
He was making a home.
I got next to him again and just tried talking to him, but it was the same experience.
And he saw through your evil ass. Ugh.
Okay.
He was very focused on that and didn't acknowledge me at all.
I guess so.
And did you ever see him engage with anyone?
I think he engaged with Alex once, and I can't remember what they were talking about, but it looked like a good relationship. Then he got to go outside and play with some children.
Yeah, because he could be a damn kid. I know, T.S. Jackson. I wonder the same thing because I didn't know that there were only 144,000 slots in Jehovah's Witness. You know, and you're thinking of through all time and eternity, you know, since the beginning of time, those slots, 144,000, they're done, right? They're overflowing. I know. I don't know much about the Jehovah's Witness, but I try to watch, you know, things other than Mormonism. Just Mormonism is so confusing. I don't get it. I mean, I get it, but it's a lot. There's so many different layers.
And you seen when he went outside, he just
Thank you,
looked really
Nicole.
happy.
Now, that weekend, did you see Chad Daybell at all?
Yes.
Okay.
This
Can
is
you,
all
how many times did you see him if you remember?
trigger warning? You don't know.
I would say 4 times,
Okay.
according to memory.
Okay. Can you tell us about any those interactions?
You can't.
It's
Smack.
that's when he was trying to teach me about some of their beliefs.
Whatever.
About the gathering of the 144,000 and
And how you believe in it.
and then
It's not
Satan
good.
having powers to push people out of their bodies and then the spirit being stuck.
Well,
I don't know how far to go with this, but it was just,
yeah.
just some.
It's okay. I'll ask questions.
Because when there's children and people to sacrifice, that's supply and demand, in my opinion. So, it's not Chad and Lori. It's not just theirs. They're responsible, but so are other people, in my honest opinion.
And that's fair. And that's exactly right. If you're not sure, we'll just do question, answer, okay?
Okay.
All right. Do you need some water or anything?
Yeah.
Okay. I saw you licking your lips.
She's like, you're smacking.
Now, you indicated that he started talking about beliefs and that, and the 144,000, right? That's what you said. Who was present during this conversation?
You don't know.
Melanie and Lori.
Okay.
Yeah. Just Melanie.
Did Lori participate in the conversation at all about those issues?
Not that I can recall. He seemed to lead the way on that.
Okay. And did you, what was your response to Chad's, sort of concepts?
I just said, if the Lord's gathering is 144,000, I believe that would happen through his prophet.
It did.
And then
In my
as far
opinion.
as the.
It did. That's exactly. So if let's just say the second anointing took place, which I really think it did, it explains the language that was used by my aunt at the time to my uncle at the time, because he's murdered now. Everything that he said comes directly from that. And that's what that second anointing does. It inducts a couple into the church of the firstborn. They're exalted. They are translated beings. Their mission is to usher in the 144,000 for the second coming of Jesus Christ here on earth. It's heaven on earth. They're building this imaginary temple here on earth. People don't see it because I get it. I get why people don't understand it. It's so hard to explain. Somebody else is crazy without sounding crazy yourself. And and you feel crazy. Like I have to, it's so important for me to watch other channels, KJ and you guys, just to get your perspectives, because I'm like, wait, am I going off the rails here? It's very important for me to keep my balance and make sure I'm on the right track, because it does the victims no good if I force something, it doesn't tell their story still. So it's just a trial and error.
Satan having power to push people out of the bodies. I said, we're taught differently in that. That can't happen. He's not given that kind of power.
Exactly. Glamorous girl. Exactly. Cliff Note version. I try, and it's so hard to explain it. People are like, wait, what? You know how when you try to explain this case to somebody and they get that perplexed look on their face, like, what? They've never heard about it before. They're like, what? That's exactly how it is when you're trying to explain the beliefs and how they tie in. It's what? The mind explodes.
So let me stop you there. So you are a member of the Church of Latter-day Saints, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I heard you say through the prophet. Are those doctrines taught through the mainstream LDS?
In secret, for sure. Yes. So it did come, like if the second anointing happened, like I think it did, then in order for Chad and Lori to even have partaken in the second anointing, they would have gotten an invite straight from President Prophet Russell M. Nelson. So, and that's how you get entrance to a temple on a Sunday, you know, wink, wink, nod, nod. Tom Phillips, Hans and Brigitte Mattson, other people who haven't come forward or have, and they don't maybe know what kind of information, how valuable their information, their stories would be if they did come out, you know, who aren't with the church anymore. Or if they're just good people and aren't protecting the church and just come out and come forward and say, yeah, you know, we took part in this. We didn't know that this was that and that was this, you know. It's hard.
It's church.
Yes.
Okay. And so your response was things more in line with the teachings of your church.
Yes.
Okay. Were you sort of going along with what Chad was telling you?
I was listening, and then I questioned, you know, and that's
Why? Why'd you question it?
I don't know what you mean by going along. I didn't.
Did you believe him?
You did.
No.
Okay. Did you let?
You did, because you just sat there and said that you were questioning it, and then you're like, oh, yeah, Mr. Discernment, sit down.
Let him know you didn't believe him?
Yeah.
Okay. So after that interaction, did you have any other interactions with Chad?
Yeah, he had us meet him at a property on the east side of a church.
When you say had us meet him, who was together with that situation?
Me and Melanie met with Chad and Lori at this property.
Okay. And it was next to a church?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when you met with?
It wasn't next to a church. That's just it. He went looking at this property to build a freaking church on. Okay, so if you're starting a cult, you're telling me you're going to literally start and build a church at this property, this alleged property that's by Chad's, that Chad knew, and you're going to build it right there in Rexburg? But you're a loyal member to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints? You're active? Bullshit. Bull.
Chad and Lori next to a church.
They just trying to tell us about that beautiful building, like a temple that was there, and
Lie.
That, you know, was in spirit. But so they wanted to show it to us. But
so we went and looked at this invisible church on this property the day that my nephew was buried or whatever, murdered. I don't even know. I don't even know anymore. So this is the Sunday or the Monday. I don't even know.
I couldn't see anything.
Okay. Why did they want to show you the temple or the heavenly building they said they were seeing?
I think it tied in with things that they believed in, but I didn't know all their beliefs. Did
you believe it? Could you see a building?
No, he couldn't, because he's lying, because it's not Chad's doctrine. It is a church. It's a church. Oh my God. And they're protecting the church. These assholes are protecting the church. Chad's protecting the church. Lori's protecting the church. And I hope she takes the stand and just says, F it, you know, because she finally saw that the church is not there for her. Whenever she tries to scream out in jail, this is how I picture it. She tries to scream out in jail that no, and she does think she's done it in righteousness, right? Okay. So she's nutting up saying in jail, I think this is what happened. Really. This is just my speculation. She's in jail. She's like, I sacrificed my kids, you know, because I did this for my leaders. I did this for my church. They took part in it. And then so by her saying that out loud, they're like, yeah, this bitch is off her rocker. We're going to just go put her in the nut house. Because that's what they do. They label anybody who comes out with any kind of abuse allegations or anything that would paint the church in a negative light. And they dub them as being mental. It's a pattern. You'll see it over and over again. Do enough research. You see it time and time again. And I'm not calling Lori a victim. She is of the circumstances, but she still had the right to say yes or no. She chose the wrong, and shame on her. But there's more to it. They'll get found out. Everything will come to light.
No, I didn't believe it was there, and I couldn't see it. But I was trying to be respectful, and just kind of follow along, I guess.
Okay. And then after the visit of a site, what was supposed to happen at that site where you were meeting with Chad and Lori?
We were just supposed to be able to witness it. That's all I recall.
Okay.
Well, he needs to go to the Jehovah Witnesses, huh, Donald? He just was there to witness it. I'm just saying. That's just my passive aggressiveness, my anger talking. Sorry. Just like, ugh, what a smacking.
And then did you run into Chad Daybell again that weekend?
Yes.
Okay, where was that?
Did y'all all take separate vehicles to this property? Did you drive Tylee's Jeep, you asshole?
They had 80 acres that was out by his place. It was for sale. It was for development.
And so he wanted you to buy his imaginary church property? Mm-mm.
So why were you looking at 80 acres near Chad Daybell's property?
Well, for me personally, I had an investor down in Utah that wanted to do a development in Rexburg.
And can we have his name, please? Because I would like to check him out. He's sketchy too.
So I was interested in it for that. And Chad was interested in it because he wanted me to, he wanted me to move up to Rexburg.
To start his church? Does that make sense? Ooh.
Okay.
I'm glad y'all are doing this with me because this is, oh my God.
And so what did you do about going to check out that property?
Since it was Sunday, I just said, well, I don't work on Sunday, but since I'm leaving early.
Because it's the day of the Lord, right? What a hypocrite. These people don't know the Lord. Not the same one that I know.
In the morning, I said, I'll just drive by, take a picture of the realtor sign, and then I'll.
Didn't you meet the realtor? And where is this realtor? We had his name for a brief moment. It came out in some of the latter part of the pretrial stuff. And now I don't know where it is, and I don't remember. But I remember Melanie Gibb naming Keith and Suzanne Levitt as being there. Keith Levitt is on the circuit. I can't help but wonder if he's related to David Levitt over there in Utah County or Davis County in Utah with the cannibalistic, ritualistic essay of children. Okay. 130 other people. Hamblin. Just, it's gross.
Deal with it later, during the work week.
So when you drove by and you took a picture, how was it? How did you get connected with Chad?
We were out there. Alex Cox led us out to the property.
So Alex, because he's just so familiar with the property. I mean, he did spend quite a bit of time there with Tylee the day they freaking murdered, and there's nothing recognizable of Tylee. I saw. I'm like, where is she? You don't see her. And so he's getting Alex to lead him out to the freaking property. Are you kidding me? That Chad wants you to buy? So you can build his imaginary fake church next to the other church, the real church?
Out there, Alex Cox led us out to the property. So we were just standing out in the field and just.
Did you have a Tyvek suit on and a monkey mask?
Talking. And then.
Or a black robe? And
then Chad and some brother that he was serving within the church, they left I guess they were clerks or something, and they just left and came over to the property.
Okay.
And he said he brought this guy was a realtor, and he said, I just want to, if you have any questions or anything, he can help you with it.
Okay. So who's he? Was that Chad with the realtor?
It was Chad with the realtor, but I don't remember the realtor's name.
Okay.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You don't forget these, I'm traumatized by this. Y'all are traumatized by this. We weren't even there. These idiots, I can't recall. I don't know. It slipped my memory. But yet I have a 4.5 hour talk of him talking about exactly what Archibald questions him about China and Russia and whatever.
And what was your response to Chad coming and showing up with the realtor at the property?
I just said, I don't do business on Sunday. I don't want to talk about it. I'm not here for that. And
He's really, That's all you're there to talk about. You drove up from Utah to not stay in a hotel, to stay with Chad. I mean, to stay with Lori, allegedly, and Melanie, and go see this property. I mean, that was pre-planned. Didn't just come up in combo. You're doing a podcast. Where's the damn podcast? What'd you talk about?
Because I didn't know they were coming. They just showed up.
Okay. So after that interaction, did you see Chad Daybell again?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see Chad that weekend at Lori's apartment?
Yeah.
None of these people have been excommunicated from what I'm aware of. Again, I think it's contingent on how they testify and salvage the church's image.
Okay. Tell us about that situation.
That's where he came. That's where he was coming over and
Hi, Janet.
teaching me some of their beliefs.
Okay. Did you ever see Chad with JJ that weekend?
No.
Okay. Did you ever hear about any interactions between Chad and JJ?
I heard that he had a scuffle with JJ, and that's how he got the scratch on his neck. But I don't remember what that was about.
Okay.
Yes, Karen Holland. They're waiting for it to blow over, and hush, 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 hush. Be quiet, be quiet. It's a code of silence, and it's gross. These are Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Joe converted to the church too. I'll say the church, not the religion. You know what I mean? But and not once have they said their names. Not one time have they said anything or used their platform to look for the children. They did everything in their power, in my opinion, to obstruct justice. And that's all they've done this entire time. Just like these people, omission.
And when you say he got a scratch on his neck, who got a scratch on their neck?
Chad did.
Okay. During the times you saw Chad, what was his interactions like with Lori Vallow?
They were very loving with one another and affectionate.
Okay. Now, at this time, were you aware?
Me too, Trace, on the case. I've always pictured JJ fighting because, I mean, he fought to come into this world, to stay alive when he was an infant, when he was born prematurely. I watched him with all the tubes in his body, and I just knew he's cut from the same cloth as I am, and I might be late. I might be, and not, I might be a lot of things that, but I am a fighter. I fight. So do my parents. This is what we do. We speak out. We speak up. Charles. And I have always imagined JJ fighting, and how his fingernails were so unkept and long. And I was like, he's got some DNA under his nails. It's just I don't know. He's a fighter. Tylee was a fighter. They stood no chance. These people are adults, and they chose children and unsuspecting spouses. They are cowards.
Aware that he was still married to Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
Okay. Did the fact that he was married come up at all?
Yes.
All right. How did that happen?
Did you tell him that you were married, David Warwick?
I asked him I just asked him how his marriage was with the Tammy and if she was a good wife. And he said they had no complaints, that she was a good wife, but he said her time was coming up, and that
Why didn't you call the police?
her and him and Lori were gonna, go do the things that they had committed to do for God.
Okay, so that didn't raise, since you don't believe these things, David Dell Warwick, then you don't question that, for their mission, you just learned about their invisible church on this property that your friend's interested in too, in Utah, from Utah. And yet,
Okay. So when you say her time was coming up, your Tammy's time
Yeah,
was.
he said he had a dream that she was going to pass away before he was 50 or by the time he was 50.
it was by the time she was 50. And I heard that from other people, Girl on Fire, directly, not in her interview. She told me that directly. And that's, denial and I. And that's normal, DW. My wife's going to die soon. So, yeah, it's not alarming. For what mission, Chad? What mission? What kind of mission you got? Is it invisible, like your church, that I don't believe in? Like your priesthood, I also don't believe in? Bullshit.
Okay. And so that was Tammy was going to pass away before
Yeah.
Chad was 50?
Yeah, by the time Chad was 50.
He was already 50. So it was by the time Tammy was 50. And he's just like, yeah, like it's just that's not alarming at all.
Okay.
The dream was like, I think he said,
And I mean, so September and then October 9th, Tammy was shot at. I guess David didn't hear that down the pipeline, so okay.
3 years previous.
Mm-mm.
And that, and then he said he and Lori were going to be together. What did that mean?
That they were going to get married and they were going to go do their calling.
They were already sealed in the church, in my opinion.
Okay. And did you know what their calling
So who gave them their calling? Exactly. The leaders.
was?
That's what I learned. They were going to gather the 144,000.
And they were going to do it together.
Yeah.
And if you go back to Ian's document, where it said, that they were in charge of the music and healing. So there's other departments, in my opinion. You just look at it as a company and there's all these departments, right? And so there's other areas of other people who are also taking part in these second anointings and things that induct them into the church as a firstborn, and their missions are handed out. But I don't understand the murder, whatever.
Did you have any response to this?
That's where I just said that because he was kind of saying that I was one of them, and that's why he wanted me up there.
No, it's 2 by 2. And so at first, actually, and I mean, we heard this from Nate Eaton in the beginning. Melanie was supposed to marry Alex, and she was like, no. And then her and David Dale Warwick were put together. Oh, and I found that. Let me play this. And I got to go find that real quick, and I'll show you.
And that's when I said, well, that would be a call from God and through his prophet.
Okay. And what was his reaction when you said it should come through the prophet? It's the prophet of the church, right?
He didn't say nothing because he was there when the prophet gave him out.
Yeah. I can't remember all the details, but it was clear, kind of like
Follow the
that
prophet.
it was a separate calling. Because it was the Church of the Firstborn, which is going to be coming out of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day
Exactly,
Saints.
right here.
Church of the
Right here.
That it was a separate calling. Because it was the Church of the Firstborn, which is going to be coming out of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Boom. Right there. Right? Did y'all catch that? And I mean, that is what it is. It's coming directly out of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And then technically the church can deny and distance because they're like, no, we're not doing that. But that's their whole mission. That's what they're going to do. They want to overthrow the damn government and they want to take over. That's the white horse prophecy hanging by a thread. And then they're going to build up Zion. This is Zion. It's crazy.
Because it was the Church of the Firstborn, which is going to be coming out of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And so that was his position, and he had his authority under John the Beloved, if I remember right.
Okay.
And was that your belief?
No.
Yes.
Now, did you do the podcast?
Yes.
Right. And when did you do the podcast?
Okay, so this is out of Discourses of Brigham Young. And let's see, it says, I highlighted a lot of things. It says, yes, you can save all that will be saved. If people are not saved, it is because they are not disposed to be saved. They act for themselves and act from choice. The whole object of the creation of this world is to exalt the intelligences that are placed upon it, that they may live, endure, and increase forever and ever. So that's that whole endure till the end thing. We are not here to quarrel and contend about the things of this world, but we are here to subdue and beautify it. Beautify it. Beautify. Let every man and woman worship their God, capital G, with all their heart. That is a code phrase, with all their heart. Okay, just know that. Let them pay their devotions and sacrifices to him, the supreme and the author of their existence. Do all the good you can to your fellow creatures. You are flesh of my flesh and bone of my bone. God has created of one blood all the nations and kingdoms of men that dwell upon the face of the earth, black, white, copper colored, or whatever their color, customs, or religion. They have all sprung from the same origin. The blood of all is from the same element. Now, this is the prophet who believed in blood atonement. And it says, the blood of all is from the same element. The Lord created you and me for the purpose of becoming gods like himself. When we have been proved in our present capacity and have been faithful with all things he puts into our possession. How many will come thus privileged? Those who honor the Father and the Son, those who receive the Holy Ghost and magnify their calling and are found pure and holy. They shall be crowned king and queen, God and goddess, priest and priestess, in the presence of the Father and the Son. That's that whole Moroni was there. Jesus was there. The Holy Ghost was there. You know, that whole thing. That's that. The great and grand secret of salvation, which we should continually seek to understand through our faithfulness, is the continuation of the lives. That's reincarnation. But they're like, we don't believe in multiple mortal probations, which is reincarnation. Yes, they do. They just define it differently. Okay. They just don't believe you come back as a blade of grass or a seahorse. You come back as a person. Okay. And so they believe in it because that's these characters that they hand out. That's these James the Just and James the Lust. That's what I call them. All these people, all these important people, it's like roles that they've assigned. It's weird. It's weird. Where's it at? Where's it at? Oh, here it is. I think it says, and this is something that Mike Stroud said, foreordination. It's because I remember that being a big thing, right? Foreordination is not a normal word, but anyways, foreordination, for instance, and free grace are both true doctrines, but they must be properly coupled together and correctly classified so as to produce harmony between these two apparently opposite doctrines. That's the vibrations. That's how they match people to people. Remember, vibration to vibration. They got to, accent each other, I guess. The plan of salvation, gross. The great plan called the plan of salvation, the system of doctrine, ideas, and practices that pertain to all the intelligence that exists in eternity. Elevation, exaltation, and glory are the objects of the Father in peopling this earth with his progeny. This is the plan of salvation. Jesus will never cease his work until all are brought up to the enjoyment of a kingdom. That's the church of the firstborn. In the mansions of his Father, where there are many kingdoms and many glories, to suit the works and faithfulness of all men who, that have lived on the earth. Jeez. Some will obey the celestial law. That's that whole temple. Yeah, that's polygamy. Okay. That's what the second anointing is. And receive of its glory. Some will abide the terrestrial. That's the next earth life or whatever. Okay. They believe in 3 different heavens, or well, kind of. The bottom being celestial is basically like here on earth right now. Terrestrial is a level up. But you really shoot for celestial, okay, kingdom. But then there's celestial glory, which is the 3 degrees of glory. That's what I call the celestial champagne room, because it's like a damn strip club. That's where their undergarments go off. Anyways, when you understand the gospel plan, you will comprehend that it's the most reasonable way of dealing with the human family. Why are they dealing with the human family? I just caught that. Why are they dealing with the human family? You will discern that purity, holiness, justice, perfection, and all that adorns the character of the deity in contributing to the salvation of men. Our mortal existence is a school of experience, school of prophets. Our mortal bodies are all important to us. Without them, we never can be glorified in the eternities that will be. We are in the state of being and, God dang, I can't read. We are in a state of being for the express purpose of obtaining habitations for our spirits to dwell in, that they may become personages of tabernacle. Our bodies are all important to us. Oh, let me skip ahead. Okay, right here. It says the blood of, no. How many will, do I need to go back some? Okay. I might have already read this. Yeah, I did. But I mean, it's just that prevalent, how many will become thus privileged? 144,000, right? Those who honor the Father and the Son, those who receive the Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost was there. Remember the infamous Reddit email? And magnify their calling. Magnify. That means that they get a whole new calling, a whole new mission, if you will. And once they're inducted into this church of the firstborn, that's this whole washing and anointing thing, the second anointing. No. And celestial marriage. Chad has 2 wives. He's still to 2 women. He's more blessed, He's good and eternal. Allegedly, he thinks. Anyways, and are found pure and holy. They shall be crowned. That's that whole thing. That's the second anointing. In the presence of the Father, that's Moroni and Jesus and the Son. Okay. The great and grand secret of salvation, which we should continually seek to understand through our faithfulness, is the continuation of the lives. That's that. I know I read it again, but I mean, it's just, this book is Discourses by Brigham Young, and it is 497 pages of hot air, but bullshit that they believe in. So, I don't know. We'll go.
Now, did you do the podcast?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you do the podcast?
We did that on Sunday night.
Okay.
When it was late.
All right. So that's Sunday the 22nd.
Yes.
All right. And so, where did you do the podcast?
At Lori Vallow's kitchen over the island.
Okay. And when you said who's we did the podcast?
Melanie
Do you see how he knows all these details? It's no.
Gibb and Lori Vallow.
Okay. So you're in Lori's kitchen in her home, right?
Yes.
On a Sunday evening.
Yes.
Was JJ there?
No.
Where was JJ?
Alex was babysitting him
Okay. And was he babysitting him in the apartment or somewhere else?
at his place, his apartment.
All right. Who told you that?
Lori.
Okay.
She just.
Why? I mean, if he was acting up, you would have been there. You would have witnessed him acting up, and Lori calling Alex to come get JJ.
Wanted to have uninterruptions so we could do the podcast, so she asked him to watch him.
Okay. And did you see JJ again that evening?
Yes, about 10:30, I believe it was 10:30 at night. I heard the front door open, which was to my back.
And when he says tender, that's and received. Those are words that just stood out to me. Make the back of my hair stand up, the back of my neck hair stand up. He says tender, which Chad wrote a Train's Dream a long time ago, or in 2018. And I read into it, and somebody did the research on it within the LDS Freedom Forum, and they learned that tender, the type of train that Chad was explaining, it wasn't about becoming a prophet, okay? Because there's many others just like this, okay, who tell these same stories. They're different characters, different story form, but they say the same thing. And a tender, so it was a Colombian 060 train that Chad was describing, and it wasn't made for, passengers, basically. I mean, that's eerie as hell.
I turned around and I saw Alex carrying JJ, and JJ was asleep and his head was on his shoulder.
I don't think he was dead then.
And Alex carried him in the house?
Yes.
Did you see where Alex went?
He took him upstairs
Okay.
and put him in bed.
All right. Do you remember what JJ was wearing?
Seemed like it was shorts and a t-shirt, but I can't remember the colors. I almost want to say it was the camouflage shorts, if I remember right.
No, red damn pajamas that he had on earlier that day before, while you were out watching the Firm Foundation and hanging out with all your buddies, all your people.
But I just
All right. So Alex, and did you see Alex leave that night?
seemed like I heard the door open and close. I didn't turn around again. Once I knew what was going on, I just stayed focused on the podcast. But I didn't see him leave, and
he pretended to be deaf already. Somebody needs to check him for color blindness.
but it seemed like I did hear the door open and close. It's the vague memory. That's
Fair enough.
At Goodwill Squatter, my opinion is, my thoughts is because they were involved in sacrificing these children.
Where was JJ sleeping while you were staying there?
in Lori's room.
Okay. And what room were you in?
I was in JJ's room.
Why?
Okay. So did you spend that night there as well?
Yes.
All right. Did anything happen in the night?
Yeah, in the early hours of the morning, it was one of the worst nightmares of my life. It was very real.
I think it was very real and it was the worst nightmare of JJ's life as well as it was Tylee's. Okay. F you, David Warwick.
Okay.
And
So let me ask you a question.
Okay.
So did Melanie come try to help you as you were waking up from that nightmare?
yes,
Okay. How did that happen? Let me do it this way. How did Melanie try to help you?
she had heard me talking in my sleep, kind of.
I like that. I don't know how to say it. Caligal life. Cost of membership is murder. Bam.
I guess I was screaming out or calling out.
Okay.
And so she kind of helped wake me up.
Okay. And then what happened after she helped wake you up?
She said, I'm going to go get Lori.
Are you okay, David? Are you going to be okay? You're a dreamer and a visionary man. You're a seer, and a revelator, and you hold priesthood and stuff. And oh, you poor baby, you had a nightmare. You're on the circuit and you do get paid for these speaking events about your dreams and visions.
See if we can get Chad over here to give you a blessing.
For what?
She went
You don't have
and
power.
she went to go get Lori, but she came back because she said she couldn't get anybody.
Okay. And so JJ was this in the middle of the night?
Yes, I would say it
Around the witching hour, maybe? Witching hours? Yeah.
was in the early hours of the morning.
There you
I
go.
didn't have a clock there, but I know it was after midnight.
So as you were kind of waking up and coming back from the nightmare, did you see Lori Vallow at that time?
No,
Was Melanie able to get her to come help you guys?
no.
Now, the next morning, did you see JJ?
No. Excuse me.
Do you need some more?
Exactly, Kat Kruger. He believed in Chad enough and Lori enough to want a blessing from him. But he distances himself when he says, no, he didn't want the blessing. He wanted Melanie Gibb is the one who went to go retrieve, the king and queen. So that's what I'm saying. It's to the letter of the law. They're very literal people. And so they're like, well, technically, no, I did not ask for, he didn't ask for one from Chad, but Melanie Gibb did. But he married her later. He married her after all this shit show. So that's even more crazy. I'd have ran the opposite direction.
Water?
Sorry.
No, it's all right.
You should be sorry. So,
You okay?
Yeah.
come on.
All right.
He's dying.
And so when you woke up the next morning, did you see JJ that morning?
I did not.
Okay. Did you make any inquiries about JJ?
Yes, I did. We went downstairs to say goodbye, and Lori was there, and she just said that JJ had an episode, and
Now we know before that when they left, we know this from Ray Hermosillo questioning Melanie Gibb, and he's like, so whenever you left, you know, did you text Lori? And she was like, I don't know. She was fishing for information, right? And so her and David leave, right? Allegedly. And then that's when Ray Hermosillo calls her out and he's like, well, you called her mom. You know, I was like, bah, ha, ha, ha. Exactly. Why are you calling her on your way home? You know, are you just saying how awesome that spiritual experience was, but sacrificing my nephew?
he climbed up on the cabinets, and then he climbed up on top of the fridge, and then he climbed up on top of the upper cabinets and knocked over her picture of Christ. And she just said that he was out of, you know, she couldn't control him.
So what did she say she did?
She called Alex and had Alex come and get him.
Okay. So when she said she had Alex take JJ, what did you do?
Well, before she told me that Alex took JJ, I said, well, I'd like to see him because I wanted to make sure he was okay.
Why?
Well, because I didn't see any signs of the cabinets. There was no damage on the cabinets.
This is when his expertise, he's an expert witness now because he's a contractor, a general contractor. So this is where he really shines.
was no scuffs on the stainless steel fridge. And I just was trying to understand what was going on here.
Detailed.
But also, if JJ did have a problem, I'd like to give him a blessing.
And so, yeah, I didn't call the police. I didn't go to the police. Me and Melanie just left, and she hid in the cavity of my rock.
So then you ask her where he was.
Yeah.
And what did she say?
She said Alex. She had Alex come and get him.
But I mean, so that right there tells me that Alex didn't murder him. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because she had Alex come get him, but yet he was doing the podcast when Alex came, got him, and then carried him back in, and his head was on Alex's shoulder. He said that before. Yeah, let's back that up.
To give him a blessing.
Okay. And so then you ask her where he was.
Yeah.
And what did she say?
She said Alex. She had Alex come and get him.
Okay. One moment, if I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
Hey, kid.
Yeah. One moment. Yeah.
What, did I miss it or something?
She had Alex come and get him. Problem. I'd like to give him a blessing.
Okay. And so then you ask her where he was.
Yeah.
And what did she say?
She said Alex. She had Alex come and get him.
Okay. One moment, if I may, Your Honor. Lori Vallow said she sent JJ with Alex. Was what?
That was Monday, the 23rd of September.
2019.
Yes.
Okay.
So that means he came back alive and then turned into a zombie in the middle of the night and didn't hear that. Nobody heard, JJ wilding out saying he loves Satan. I'd love Satan too if I was around these damn people. I mean, just from a kid's perspective, like, come on, you're right there with Satan. They're not even good Satans. That's me being sarcastic because Melanie Gibbs' comment about Chad being a good Satan. What the hell?
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Who will be doing?
Shred him. Archie.
Or is it Warwick or Warwick?
Warwick.
Okay. How do you spell your last name?
Warwick.
Okay. I got it right. And you live in Pleasant Grove, Utah?
Yes, sir.
And your wife, Melanie Gibb, lives where?
Chandler, Arizona.
Okay. And you two married in December of 2021?
Yes, sir.
So in this weekend of September 2019 that you've talked to us about. Were you still married to someone else?
No.
Was Melanie Gibbs still married to someone else?
What's that?
Was Melanie Gibbs still married to someone else?
Yeah, Brendan Gibb. Yes, and he was married to Jackie Warwick.
No.
Okay. Both of you had been divorced by the time of September of 2019.
Come on,
Yes.
technicalities.
When
No.
did you start to see Melanie before your divorce went through?
And I'm
Objection
like,
relevance.
I'm watching Lori this whole time, right? 'Cause I'm like, wait, how's she reacting? And she's like,
Overruled.
We were seeing each other at events.
we received each other. Oh, we were seeing. I thought he said received. So see, I'm glad. My bad, David Warwick. I apologize.
We were seeing each other at events.
They're cheating.
Okay. So you were separated and then started to see Melanie.
Yeah, I was
again.
in the divorce process, and
So you weren't divorced, right?
um,
God dang.
and so I had a Downs boy that I was taking care of, and
So he throws that in. I have a Downs boy I was taking care of. They use that as a crutch, just like Lori did with JJ and his autism. And it's seen throughout this culture. You know, it's like the poor mouth, poor me, pity me, prosecution complex type of deal. Like if I say I have a Downs boy, you know, they won't be so critical of me.
so I had a Downs boy that I was taking care of, and Melanie really hit it off with him at a camp, and so my divorce didn't final as fast as I had hoped it would.
So I guess that's where him and Melanie met while she was with her husband, you know, at this camp. Where that's what I'm saying. Birds of a feather flock together.
But she was divorced.
Not.
Mr. Warwick, also I'll ask you to please wait until he's completely finished his question before you answer, just because it helps our court reporter keep the record.
I'm sorry. I thought I was still on the same answer. I
You're fine.
apologize.
Thank you.
Sure.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a general contractor.
And have you also done podcasts on religious topics?
Yes.
Yes.
And so that's how you and Melanie Gibb were interested in each other, because you had the same common interest in religious topics.
Yes.
That was yes.
Because they believed in the same damn thing.
And is that how you met Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Well, I met Lori through
Your friend, your
Melanie. I would say it was the same intent.
your concubine.
Okay. And that's how you met Chad Daybell as well?
Yes.
No. Oh, yeah, he did. Allegedly. It was through these speaking things. Yeah, okay. My bad.
And that's how you met Alex Cox?
Yes.
And how would you describe Alex?
This pisses me off.
He was
Hey, you almost call him a good guy.
a fun-loving guy. He was very humorous, and he could be.
What's Yo Mama? What's David's part in this? I think he was involved in the ceremony part of it.
Be genuine, and he could be lighthearted.
And that's how you also met Zulema about the same time in late 2018 or 2019.
I met Zelina at Lori's the first time.
And so that was August of 2019.
Yes.
Okay. And how did you learn that Lori and Alex moved from Arizona to Idaho?
Through Melanie.
God bless their home.
And so this conference that you were going to in Rexburg, Idaho, was that what kind of a conference did you say that was?
A Book of Mormon conference.
And who was that sponsored by?
Rod Meldrum in the church. I have pictures, screenshots of some sponsors of that, you know, who endorsed it or whatever, and it's tied directly to the church. It doesn't have the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints on there, but they're church-owned sponsors.
Rod Meldrum.
So that wasn't part of your church. That was just a private
Just sponsored by them.
conference.
Yeah, they were members of the church, and Rod was
He's out there, guys. Go check his. Rod Meldrum was interviewed by Mormon Stories podcast. Kara Burrell tears his ass up.
his conference, and the people with Preparing the People were doing the filming for him.
Yep.
And so Preparing a People, is that a group sponsored by your church?
No.
So it's a,
Who are still practicing members of the Church Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
who is it sponsored by? Just a bunch of people getting together?
They're just the private owners.
Okay. And when you say you get together to do podcasts, what does that mean?
When you sit down and discuss a topic or be interviewed.
And who's the designated audience for this podcast?
Exactly. I like what Trace on the case says, that she has a special needs child and she goes nowhere, but they go everywhere. Right. I got a text from someone who is fighting her terrorist is what she calls it. Let me see how I can say this, because this made me see things a little bit differently too, just by the way she put this out there. Now I'm going to protect her privacy because you're in danger when you speak out against the church. Okay. I didn't find a Jesus card in the middle of my living room because they wanted to interest me in the Book of Mormon. They didn't write my name on it. Yeah, no, there's no temple nowhere around my house. Let's see. I'll let it play till I find it.
Who are you trying to sell it to?
I
don't know.
I'm just trying to think what their well, it was mainly to the saint for the Latter-day Saints.
Mm-hmm.
And so have you ever made money on these podcasts?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
So the podcasts are for education and not money.
Right.
It's for recruitment.
And where would your podcast be downloaded to?
On the recruitment app.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. I understand it's cross, but it's relevance.
All right. I'll allow some more here, Mr. Archibald, but it needs to tie into direct if you could.
Yeah.
Well, you told the prosecutor you were doing podcasts.
Just best believe it, they were doing something to do with casting. Okay. It was either casting demons or casting zombies, which is a demon, or they were podcasting. They were casting. They're just a cast of shady ass characters. Why did I push L?
Preparing the People, I think they just called theirs. They just did weekly things where they would highlight topics, and then they would ask people to come in, and then they would just kind of go into that topic and scripturally and experience with it.
And so your purpose in doing these podcasts was just to talk about your religious beliefs.
Bring the greater light and knowledge. Greater light and knowledge. That's what Jason Mao. At least he repeats it verbatim every time. It's a pattern. Bring greater light and knowledge. Bringing other people's into the Church of the Firstborn is what that is.
Beliefs.
Yes, and to build faith. We did most of the ones I did with Preparing the People. Well, sorry, I'm saying too much.
No, you're not.
It's not that you can't continue to answer. It was just avoid talking before Mr. Archibald's
Or about the church.
done. So we don't
Yeah,
have
but I just didn't know where to end it, so that's why I stopped. Sorry.
so we don't have two people talking
Okay.
at the same time for the court reporter queue. So.
I thought-
Tell our people
okay.
shut up.
And is there a group called
That's called bleeding the beast, Irene. That's what they did. They wanted to become part of the statehood, So they said, "Hey, yeah, we're not practicing polygamy anymore. It's a God. God, told us to do that, but it's a revelation from God. But we denounced it, so we can become part of the United States now." And then the United States waited 6 years even after that. and then they let them in, right? And then that's their whole thing. They want to overthrow the government, and it's the white horse prophecy, hanging by a thread, hanging by a thread. And they very well could by lying to the SEC, which is they just got busted for doing, the church did. The SEC, which is the some exchange commission. Can't think of the words. And they were hiding $100 billion. Okay, so if they yanked that out of the stock exchange, the stock market, what would that do? I don't think it would help it wouldn't help. It would probably put us in civil unrest. Just saying. They're so deceptive.
Preparing a people?
No,
What is preparing a people?
they host conferences and
Yes.
they invite speakers to come in and vendors.
And have you been a speaker at some of these preparing a people events?
Yes.
Plenty. And then before preparing people was even in, became anything, he was running around with Avraham Giuliani. Oh crap! I went blank on the other.
And the reason that you've been a speaker is because of what?
Because of my conversion to the faith, and because of the doctrines that I came to understand.
Because of his dreams and visions. Okay, that's the China and the Russia and invasion.
Okay. And
To build faith.
And so you've participated in these podcasts, or sometimes they're called firesides. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, they say they're not sanctioned by the church, but the church knows about them. They don't shut them down. Julie Rowe went from 2014 and wasn't excommunicated till 2019, guys. So why? You have to ask yourself, why? Why does the church let this continue? Why don't they shut this shit down? Why are they not speaking out and saying, they do not. The church has never come out and said anything, and they won't. But they get, I call it flying monkeys, or they call them minions. It's the same difference. They send out, I see a whole line of bees coming at you, and they go to defend the church. It's all you hear. Nobody defends the victims. Nobody says, oh my God, then why are you here? If you're not here to see this for what it really is, then don't be here, please do me a favor and don't pretend, because you're not, it's just ingrained. Like they don't even know they're protecting it. I don't know. It's the weirdest thing I've ever witnessed.
And you've given talks or speeches about the second coming of Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
About my dreams and visions.
So would you call yourself a visionary man?
Yes, he's a seer, revelator, but because they're taught this, they can share them with their families and stuff, but they don't. There's these little circuits everywhere, and it's bullshit because it's doublespeak.
Others have called me that. I don't call myself anything.
And so why do they cover it up? It's because they're taught to. If you have dreams and visions, by God, share them. You're not by God.
So on your speeches or your podcasts, have you shared your visions with other people?
Yes.
And you've had visions of secret combinations taking place in Washington, D.C.
Yep.
Judge,
Yes.
I'm going to object at this point. I fail to see the continued relevance of this.
I do.
Goes to his credibility, Your Honor.
It does.
The state brought this up, not me.
It is, I think it's
You-
appropriate.
Judge, I'm sorry, what?
Well, I haven't ruled yet.
I know, I apologize, Your Honor.
What was your comment? Go ahead.
I was just going to ask under Rule 16, comment 610 is that impugning somebody's religious beliefs or going beyond the scope of this trial is
The whole
impermissible
trial.
cross-examination.
But I get it. We got to have boundaries.
Well, that door opened a long time ago in this case, I think, with the context of the
No
state's
shit.
evidence. I will keep that rule in mind. I appreciate you bringing
Hey, I give Judge Boyce a pat on the back for that. He was like, we're kind of here for that. Oh, crap. I pushed the wrong button again.
possible cross-examination given the direct examination. So I'll overrule the objection.
You've given talks about visions of secret combinations in Washington, D.C. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You've given talks about visions of secret combinations in England and Saudi Arabia. Is that right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You've given talks about evil entities in England, right?
Correct.
No, I'm not sure where that one's going.
I do.
You've seen visions
Got it.
of Russia and China invading the United States.
Yes.
You've seen visions of Russia and China attacking the United States military and defeating us in 3 days.
Yes.
Okay.
You've seen visions of the United States being sacrificed for a one world government,
Mm-hmm.
right?
That's not all. There's children that are sacrificed too.
I don't know where that one came from.
I do. I got it. So why is he being so mousy? You know?
You've been, well, I didn't make this up.
I love that part. You love that part?
Well, the context is what's being avoided. That's why it's difficult here. So
You're not saying it the way I said it. So it's here he goes with persecution complex. You're persecuting me, you know, because you're not putting it in the right context. No, he's saying it verbatim. Basically, it's what he's talking about, his dreams. And then people write these down and they go by David Warwick's dreams. David has a following.
Okay. So what's the concept about the United States being sacrificed for a one world government?
Judge, objection again on that concept. I mean, relevance.
All right. At this point, Mr. Archibald, I do think we're getting away from the evidence of the case and direct. So if you could tie this in some way, if it does, if not, I'll sustain the objection.
You talked about having a vision while at Lori Vallow's home in September of 2019.
I think it was reality, in my opinion. I don't think he ever had a damn nightmare or a dream.
You told
I think he had a hand in it.
that to the prosecutor, right?
Objection misstates the evidence.
Overruled. If the witness can answer, you can correct.
I know it's wrong,
That's
guys.
stating evidence.
But it's important.
I had a nightmare.
So a nightmare and a vision are two different things.
Yeah.
So how do you define a nightmare versus a vision? And
No, like I was.
I'll stop hitting the wrong damn button on my computer one day. But so I know from studying these people that vision is when you have a guide. A dream is when you don't. So like he says, the nightmare is the adversary. That's the devil. So what do you think they were doing? Sacrificing children. Just logic. Weird, but it's not my logic. It's their. I mean, it's not my nonsense. It's theirs. I'm just trying to make sense out of their nonsensical crap.
Whatever the nightmare was about, it was like I was living in it.
But you don't remember it.
And a vision is just pretend.
No, a vision is when you're observing and you're being shown.
You're guided.
So both a vision and a nightmare are real.
No,
not necessarily.
So can you further explain the difference between a vision and a nightmare? How one works and not the other one?
Yeah.
The vision is when you're being shown, when you're being shown things when you're seeing the future, but you're not seeing yourself. Somebody else is presenting it.
And so your visions come from who?
The ones I talked about came from angels.
They say he talks to angels, right? Some black crows in there. He's horrible. He's horrible. They're horrible people.
Under God.
And your nightmare comes from who?
It was very adversarial. There was no, it was
Horror.
it was consumed. It was a lot of fear and a lot of darkness, and there was no order to it.
Right, Rombo?
So the fear and darkness came from who?
Well, I just it was adversarial.
I do too, Diamond Eyes. Trust me. I just got to a point where I just don't care anymore. I'm not going to try and tiptoe on everybody's toes. It's hard. It's a hard decision to make, but it's like, I should be able to tell what I've learned about this, I'm not saying, it's not normal, but nothing about this story is normal. And this is reality of the victims. And it's my reality by extension, and it's bullshit. And so, you know what? I know you get stomped on in other channels for just saying these things. And it's just because they are not comfortable talking about it because they've not done their research, they're not listening to it. They're not, dissecting it. They're just buying it at mainstream, in my opinion. I hate that word, mainstream. Anytime I hear that, a flag goes up. I'm like, what does mainstream mean to you? Because it does not mean the same to me, like I thought it did.
I don't know who it came from, but
So keep on.
And when you say adversarial, are you talking about the devil?
I would say it was from that direction.
An angel of the devil?
Could have been.
You've had these visions and nightmares
Could be
throughout
Could be.
your time that you knew Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, and Melanie Gibb. Is that right?
No, I just had that experience that night.
I do read that's where the meat of things are, Joe Jake, is the comments. I've read so many comments under just every video I've watched that's either LDS related and ex-Mormon related. That's where it is. That's where it is. And they get attacked. That's what they're taught to do, is defend the church. It has nothing to do with Jesus Christ. Okay. And so it's that was odd. I was like, why are they saying they don't teach 144th? What? It's in the Bible, and it's just hidden from them, from the general membership. That's how they do the initial sweep, and separate the men from the boys, so to speak, and the wheat from the tares. And then so they double down by going and getting a temple recommend and going to the temple. And so they're like, you don't need a big ass temple like that for not all your membership. What? That don't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense to me. Why you have a church and a temple, So that's what that's for, in my opinion. It's for those who double down. Lori, it's for the Lories. Heather Daybell was going. She was starting to go every week. She was starting to be uber religious, and said that she had religious stuff hanging all over her walls. It happens without you even knowing it. It seems, as an outsider looking in, and so I'm so glad. I love Heather. I'm so happy. I'm happy for anybody that realizes that they're trapped in this. Nobody stands between you and your salvation. And they pump out atheists, and so I'd rather people believe in no God than to believe in a false one. And that's just me. That's just my little personal beliefs. I respect everybody's. Trust me, I've tried to tiptoe around everybody's emotions and feelings and their beliefs. And it's hard. It's hard whenever there's, 3 of my members that were murdered, members of my family that were murdered, and their names never get spoken by the church, but boy, they defend the church. It's weird.
Okay. So on the night that you were in Rexburg, you wanted to get a blessing from Chad Daybell. Is that right?
No.
Well, Melanie was just said, I think you need to get a blessing. I'm going to go see if I can get Lori to get Chad. So
Bullshit. But you were okay with it? You didn't say, no, girl, stay right here. calm down, help me calm down. And then you listen to Melanie's version of this. It does not make sense.
And
I was, I just agreed. I was distraught.
and what is a blessing?
It's gross.
It's when it's exercised under the direction of the priesthood to bless you with deliverance, comfort, or healing, or guidance.
Deliverance, comfort, guidance. I forgot the other one, or healing. Deliverance.
So you wanted a blessing from Chad Daybell.
How'd you?
Well, Melanie just offered to get it. I was in a position where I wasn't all there.
You still aren't all there. But anyways, distance, deny.
I was really struggling with whatever. I just remember it was horrified with what I was seeing.
And so what would a blessing from Chad Daybell do for you?
Nothing. Oh,
Give
yeah.
us just a moment.
Interference, tinfoil hats. It does that every time I take my earbuds out of my ear when I'm in there. So I don't know if it has to do with that. I'll test it again tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
What would a blessing from Chad Daybell do for you?
What have we done?
Yeah.
Well,
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Wait, Jennifer, Nate is Mormon. He said it he said it a couple times, quite a few times, for sure, in Melanie Pulowski and Ian when they were with their attorneys. Yeah, I have a little video put together. I just haven't uploaded it yet. I was trying to build onto it, but I might upload it so that you can see that. He is, and again, it's hard because I feel like I try to compartmentalize and separate them from their beliefs, like, because I like them as people. I do. I care. That's why I'm here, because I care. I don't want to hurt anybody. I can't imagine what it's like for somebody to believe in something your whole entire life, and then just your shelf breaks, and then your whole world comes crumbling down, especially if you're relying upon the community that is also very important to an active Mormon. It's such a difficult research. Straight up, there's no way to get around it. It's horrible. It's tragic. It's just tragic. But it's worth it. They're worth it. The victims are worth it. And if it helps anybody get out of that, it's worth it. So I speak ignorantly sometimes. And I used to really speak ignorantly when I didn't know any better. And so it's different when you see it from I've read it for 4 years straight. I've researched, I've consumed Mormonism, Mormon doctrine, Mormon culture. And it has everything to do with that. And Nate is going to defend and plus it's really hard for these news media, these news organizations to bring that forward because it's church. It's protected by the First Amendment. People can believe whatever they want. These people can believe whatever they want, but not when it comes to my family being murdered. Then I feel like I have a right, it's like they piss me. I don't like them. I don't like them. So, and it's not to, well, it's for everybody to be held accountable that's involved, but it's also to get to the bottom of it. It's also to find out how we can make changes so that we can prevent this from happening again. Because trust me, it is happening again, and it's happened before. And if we don't raise awareness and learn how to go about this, how can we change things? How can we stop these people from hiding behind 501c3s and being protected by the First Amendment? That'd be lovely, but it's uncharted territory. or if so, it's not. I don't know much about it or other people that do it. So I love seeing Grammy B in here. I love that everybody's here to learn all this. And I know not everybody's, yeah, Patty and Pink, I know that. Not all LDS are extreme. I love everybody. I do. I just don't. I mean, I'd be like, I've always, been told. I remember this being a young kid in school, and they're like, well, just because somebody does something, it's just a bad apple. It doesn't make the whole batch bad. Same concept, I would never blanket that and say all LDS are bad. They don't know. The ones that don't know, they would be the ones that would talk, and the ones that do know say nothing. So it's like, it's just it's frustrating. It's frustrating. And then to see the extent that people will go because this is what they're taught. They don't know any better. I have empathy for Chad and Lori even, because they're a product of their environment. And this is what they were taught. This is what they were raised up in. And so they really are, it's crazy to see them do what they did, and then to see them be betrayed by the church. It's like big fish eats little fish. It's nuts. I do have compassion for people. I do. And I wish they would see that, I'm doing this out of love for the victims. Mainly that's my job. To make sure that their stories get told because they were silenced. The other part of that is hopefully that by people listening, if they are trapped in a high demand religion, or can make connect the dots to how this fits into their own life in the church. And if this can get them to see, that this does go on, and not to just micro compartmentalize it and deny it, put it on their shelf. That shelf breaks after a while. And while I hate that happens, I'm comfortable now with at least being a seed. I can plant the seed, and the rest is for everybody to research on their own. That's so freeing. And it just hurts my heart. It sucks. Lori and Chad put us in this position. I say put us, but this is kind of the way I chose to grieve. And this is the road I took because I didn't understand it, and I wanted to understand it, and I wanted to know where Chad and Lori's beliefs differed from the church, and I didn't want to come to terms with these godly men being able to be evil as well, but I mean, it's in the Catholic Church as well. But again, this was my introduction to the Book of Mormon. So once things settle down and slow down for me, then I'll expand out and research more into other religions, but for now, this is all I have time for. Trying to make sense of the nonsensical and the repressed, and obstructed. It sucks.
I would have hoped for peace, but it wasn't my idea. Melanie was just trying to get help.
And you and
So
Melanie,
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
You and Melanie were in the same room when this nightmare happened.
Yes.
And you were sleeping in JJ's room.
Yes.
And you were woken up by your nightmare.
Yes.
And then you woke up Melanie.
She woke me up because I was, she could tell that something was going on. So
Let me say,
and so
yeah.
you agreed.
maybe we woke each other up. I don't know.
They woke each
And
other
so you
up.
agreed to.
They woke each other up, but yet they're in separate bedrooms. But then Melanie woke him up, and I don't know. I think I'll do another live tomorrow, and we'll just rip her apart. I'm ready.
To seek help from Chad Daybell.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, Melanie did.
And did Chad Daybell come?
No.
He was with his wife, allegedly.
When had you seen this scratch on Chad's neck from JJ?
Right? Hold your pearls.
He pointed it out, but it was pretty minor.
How'd he point it out if he wasn't there? When did you see him in your dream, in your nightmare? Metallica?
That you didn't see the scuffle, but Chad,
No,
It's not a scuffle. That's child abuse. That's child abuse. Okay? A scuffle. This isn't Alex lying about scuffling a tussle with my uncle. Oh my God.
that you didn't see the scuffle, but Chad,
no, I didn't.
but Chad told you about it.
Thank
Yes.
you, Grace.
And when Chad told you that his wife's time was up, that he had a dream she would die, did you believe that?
No, he was like, doo-dee, 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 doo. You know, it's like they pop popcorn and wait. She died? You know, it's oh my God.
I wasn't certain to what to believe at that point.
He was teaching about the 144,000. Is that a concept you're familiar with?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And tell us what you understand that to be.
Tell me what y'all think.
All I understand is during the time of the tribulation that God's going to have 144,000.
And so the tribulation started, y'all, in July 2022 / August 2022. By the way, that was that whole July 22nd, I'm sorry, not 2022. July 22nd, 2020. And then Melanie Gibb was like, well, no, I think it was in August. You know, it was just something Lord came up with. And I was thinking, no, y'all all believe it. Or all these people on the fringe, if you will, because they're put in the fringe. Because the church doesn't shut it down. So really in April 8th, 2024 this is the year of destruction, as from what I understand. And so the tribulation is 7 years. Okay. Now I'm just talking about in this, from what I understand from this and these people and how they believe. I'm not saying all Mormons. I'm not saying all Christianity. I don't want to debate that. I'm just saying this is what it means to them. That was the hinge point. There was an earthquake though. How many of you were like, oh my God, you know, what? Oh my God. What if, oh my, that was so freaky deaky. But anyways, and then the Moroni thing fell down off the temple. I was like, oh my God, that was God crying out. But, anyway, so that has all to do with that. So that was in 2020. So we're in 2023. 2024 is supposed to be like the bad part of the tribute. Like that's when all the SHTF, the shit hits the fan. As far as I'm aware, I'm not able to really dive off too much into that yet, but trying to bust these people in all their lies.
Will cover the earth to gather his elect and to help gather his people and help deliver them from the trying circumstances.
Isn't that 144,000?
And have you wanted to be part of the 144,000?
No, I mean, it'd be an honor, but it's nothing I was.
It would be an honor. So if it would be an honor, why would he look at Chad's imaginary church? And why would his business partner be interested in buying the property to build the imaginary church? Huh? That don't make no damn sense. He's a liar.
Was seeking.
And I think you told the prosecutor that you didn't think Chad had the authority to gather.
No,
Who do you think has that authority?
the prophet of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
And who is that?
President Russell M.
Well,
Nelson.
now it's President Russell M. Nelson.
Correct. So it would be an honor. That's where it comes from. They didn't just come up with this shit by themselves. He believes in it. He's distancing. He's lying.
Okay. So That's where your disagreement with Chad Daybell was who had authority to do that.
That was it. That's his argument, at least.
Yes.
Had you ever heard of the Church of the Firstborn before?
Yes.
I just see it in the scriptures, but
Yeah, where in the scriptures?
Doctrine and Covenants.
Doctrine and Covenants.
And what's the Doctrine and Covenants?
Now, please listen. Let me know what you think about how Archie handles this, and see see who's at the defense table. Is it Lori or is it the church? On both sides.
It's a canonized scripture in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Canonized.
So is the Church of the Firstborn is that in the Holy Bible?
I love this.
It could be.
What was the purpose of Archibald asking that question? Well, I mean, wasn't that enough for him to say that? I mean, it has nothing to do with Chad and Lori, whether it's in the damn Bible or not. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, Doctrine and Covenants, there you go. I gave you your source. Why are you asking about another source?
Is it in the New Testament or the Old Testament?
It could be. I'm not recalling all this right now.
Because he don't read the Bible.
Is the Church of the Firstborn mentioned in the Book of Mormon?
I don't know.
The Book of Mormon is it's one of the four. It's their quad or whatever. It's the works, the standard works. They have Doctrine and Covenants, Words of Wisdom. What the hell did he just say? Crap. Let me go back. In the Bible.
Mentioned in the book.
The 16.
Calling all this right now.
Is the Church of the Firstborn mentioned in the Book of Mormon?
I don't know.
Just Doctrine and Covenants, he said.
And who is John the Beloved?
Chad.
A close disciple of Jesus Christ.
So John the Beloved was told something about the Church of the Firstborn. Is that what you learned from Chad?
If you go back to the Reddit email, which came from Melanie Gibb and David Warwick here, it says that Chad and Lori, they technically met September 23rd of 2018 at a Preparing a People Mesa event. During that time, Chad was told by one of the three Nephites, which I believe is the three top dudes. The first presidency is what they call it in the Mormon Church. It's President Nelson is the prophet. You know, he's like the top dude. Dallin Oaks will take his place whenever he dies. So he's in there too. And Eyring, President Eyring. So there's three. That's the three Nephites, in my opinion. And one of the three Nephites, Mathoni, whoever Mathoni is, whoever one of those three dudes who go by the code name of Mathoni, told Chad that he would be meeting, that a good woman would come into his life. And here's Lori, you know.
How did those two concepts go together?
I just heard that that's where he had gotten his authority from.
That's where Chad had gotten his authority from?
Yes.
Wait, from what?
That's where he had gotten his
Born. Is that what you learned from Chad? Or how did those two concepts go together?
I just heard that that's where he had gotten his authority from.
That's where Chad had gotten his authority from?
Yes.
Huh, you know?
And these are the kinds of things that you talk about on your podcast.
They do have weird names and fake names. And it works. It protects, it distances, it never links back, because none of these people will be forthright, because their salvation is in jeopardy depending on how they answer. Do they protect the church, or do they tell the truth? Every one of them has protected the church. None of them have done anything to speak up for these kids or Tammy and Chad. They are accessories. They are co-conspirators, named and unnamed. In my opinion. But yeah, Gabe Bonilla, he's a bishop. So if I don't know if the church sent letters out to, in my opinion, obstruct justice early on in the case, Chad's preliminary hearing, by saying, hey, don't get involved, but if you do, here you go. So that means Rob Wood would have had to have called the LDS helpline, to be like, hey, I'm prosecutor. How do I handle this? Makes you wonder. Gabe Bonilla, I know I sound like a damn conspiracy theorist. I'm not. I'm a conspiracy realist. There you go. They're the ones that are cuckoo. I'm just here. I'm like, what? And it is code talk. It's all code talk.
No.
What do you talk about on your podcast?
On the podcast, they go into topics like fasting, and then a lot of
They go into topics like fasting because they have a stronger spiritual connection to Jesus. Okay, that's what that's about. I know that from Mike Stroud.
were the conversion of what, coming where I came from, and the conversion stories, some experiences from the time I was converted up through my mission, serving the LDS mission. And so,
I mean, every dude pretty much has served an LDS mission. You're no special. You're not special. Okay. But they're told they're special. We're the Gentiles. Anybody on the outside, we're Gentiles. They are the one true church. They have the further light knowledge, greater light knowledge, It's so, and Jesus and Satan are brothers. I was like, what? I mean, whatever, but they speak it as fact. They don't speak it. It's literal. Everything is literal. The Bible to me is just like a guideline, a story to help you, not be a dickhead. I don't know. That's how I take it. That's how I was raised.
but they were in the context to build faith. They weren't in the context of seeking these things. They were as experiences as a result of repentance and faith and service.
And so when you agreed to do a podcast with Chad and Lori and Mel.
He does look like he's in his damn 80s, right? He acts like it. But I mean, then you hear him, like in the Dreams and Visions thing that he shared. I have that on my channel. I think I just have it might be under channel membership. I got to check. Do you believe in the hereafter? Then you know what I'm hereafter. Andrew, that's funny. Oh, why'd I do that?
And so when you agreed to do a podcast with Chad and Lori and Melanie on Sunday night.
He did. He said Chad wasn't there earlier. Now Archibald's saying Chad there.
In Rexburg, Idaho.
And David Warwick said that Chad had a scratch on his neck and Chad showed him. So that puts Chad there, right? Am I right? Did I get that right? Let me know, because that's what I got.
Podcast with Chad and Lori and Melanie on Sunday night in Rexburg, Idaho. What was the topic of that podcast?
First off, there was just Melanie and Lori.
Okay.
Chad was not part of it.
Okay.
When did he have a scratch on his neck? When did he tell you that, Warwick?
And so what was the podcast with Melanie and Lori about?
It's
I feel him, Julie.
about sanctification
And sacrifice.
I'm trying to remember what the actual topic was.
Sacrificing children.
What does sanctification mean?
Well, it's when as you repent and serve God, as you
Repent and serve God.
prove faithful to Him,
Prove faithful to him.
Your heart, the Lord changes your heart,
The Lord changes your heart.
makes you clean, makes you whole,
Clean and whole.
and endows you with greater faith.
Ah,
And your audience for this podcast was, again, who?
other blinded members in the church.
There was, it was preparing of people, and there was then there was camps, the preparedness camps. Sometimes I went and spoke at those.
Preparedness camps. What? Right? Like Eager, Arizona, where Mike Stroud and Margie Stroud. I think that was a fake excommunication. Yes, they do that. Yes, they do that. Go to Ex Mormon Foundation YouTube channel, and there's a playlist called Lying for the Lord. Check it out. It's very telling.
So I just a lot of it was not really venues. It was more like camps and organized firesides, family reunions.
Organized firesides, family reunions, right?
And I would be invited to either speak or invited to do an interview and cover a topic.
And
Like
so being invited to speak at a preparedness camp, what topics would you talk about?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Now,
I
get why we're here, and so as much as I want to hear the beliefs, right? I love how she just snaps it back into focus. I feel like that's what I do as a non-Mormon, a never Mormon. You know, it's just like here this is, but then bam, come on, you know, it doesn't make sense.
understand it's cross your honor, but at some point it becomes irrelevant.
I'll sustain the objection on relevance. I think we're beyond the scope of tying into the evidence of the case at this point, Mr. Archibald.
Miami girl.
So your whole purpose was to get ready for the second coming of Christ in these podcasts?
No,
What was your purpose?
whole purpose was to build faith and to help
prepare people for the second coming of Jesus Christ.
to help identify.
That was the tagline for preparing a people. It was to bring people closer to the second coming of Jesus Christ. These people say
Stumbling blocks to faith,
they're stumbling blocks.
and also to help identify the fruits of faith,
Good night, Goodwill.
and to help identify how involved our Father in heaven is with each one of us when we're truly trusting in His.
Because you're trying to see how much heaven is in a person, hence the rating system, dark, light. Trying to, oh my God,
Heaven is with each one of us.
Great, one back.
Identify how involved our Father in heaven is with each one of us.
It's not your job to figure out how much, to what degree your Heavenly Father is involved in every individual's life. What the fuck?
We're truly trusting in His Son, Jesus Christ, and seeking His will.
Now, were you, when you left Lori's apartment on September 23rd, 2019, you indicate that you were anxious to go visit your son in Pocatello?
Yes.
I cannot wait. Oh, I cannot wait for the pings and all that to come out because we're going to blast through him again.
And did Melanie go with you there?
She did.
Oh, sugar bear.
And
Remember it.
and that's the time that you say you did not see JJ.
Yes.
And did you?
But yet Melanie Gibb is being questioned by Rexburg Police Department on their way back to Utah, right? And he basically catches her in like, he has to fish it out of her. And she's like, you know more than I do. You already have the text. She's fishing. And she's nervous as hell. Really, really nervous. She's drinking water like a crazy mad woman. She looks manic. And she's like, and that's whenever he's like, you called Lori mom? Oh my God, Phoebe? Yeah. It doesn't make any sense.
call the police?
No, I didn't.
Just Jesus.
Did not.
All right.
Do
You didn't have any reason to,
Mormon?
I didn't see any reason.
Yeah.
Lori was one of the most sweetest, kindest, fun-loving.
Again, really? But of course, I've said it too. So there's that.
She was a wonderful. I really enjoyed her. She was a wonderful woman. I just, this stuff kind of hit me that weekend,
Shut up.
and I just wasn't. Anyway, I just didn't see the. It was like what they're teaching doesn't match what I see in their character.
Exactly. And I want to know how many members from the Firm Foundation, along with Melanie Gibb, naming Keith Levitt and Suzanne Levitt. I wonder how many partakers there were. I mean, there was a whole conference in town. And I've researched and looked to see where Jason Mal was. He was at a singles ward speaking. Okay. Him and Richard K. Young, not Roger K. Young, Richard K. Young. He's from Canada. He's that just his whole little bio is like 33rd. It was, I don't know. I'll have to find it and share it with you guys because it's weird. And so I Googled to see how many miles away, because he was in Billings, Montana, Jason Mal and Richard K. Young. And they were doing that speaking at a singles ward event, where you've met, and that's where that comes from. That whole Saturday's Warrior thing, we've met in a previous life. We've been married before. It's a concept that was around way before Chad and Lori, but definitely something they watched. And so he was like 350 miles away. And I was like, well, but was he? And then would we ever know the truth? Because there should be some parking lot footage of Alex being posted up at the damn temple. And Zalema and Alex, down there in Arizona, parked at a temple. These people, like Alex was excommunicated twice. Why does he feel so comfortable and safe to be, parked at a temple or a church? Hiding in wait just to go help Chad, make sure that his dream came true, that he was a Make-A-Wish. That's what he was. Good God.
And so I kind of left a little confused and puzzled and trying to discern.
But nothing was wrong.
well, their character was good, right?
Yeah, I saw goodness. Yes.
And
I didn't see any reason to suspect.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, that'll conclude cross-examination. Any redirect by the state?
Yes, TXC, and I guess that's toxin. I agree.
Defense counsel asked you about dreams and
Back to reality.
visions. I want to ask you about reality.
Okay.
The morning of the evening of September 22nd, who carried JJ up to bed?
Alex.
And the morning of September 23rd, who told you where JJ was?
Lori Vallow.
And what did Lori Vallow say?
But I just poked a hole in that because before and time, I've heard it more than just this testimony. He says that Alex carried him in, and then, so he wasn't dead, allegedly. If this asshole's telling the truth, which I doubt it. He was dead. But this story is a sham. Because if Alex carried JJ, or, Alex was babysitting because he's such a super duper fellow. Too many kids, that's what he puts as the password. He calls Tylee a dark portal, asking, Zalema if she can do an inner tornado on her. What in the actual F? Right? So you're telling me that while you were podcasting, because it's so damn important, nothing y'all have to say is important. And you hear Alex or Lori tells you Alex came to pick JJ up because he was being disruptive or whatever for your podcast, I mean, you would have heard it. And so Uncle Al comes and gets JJ, brings him back. We automatically, I just was like, he was dead. He was dead on Alex's shoulder, you know? But then he says it not only here, but other places. He said it twice on here. And then now he's, you know what I'm saying? Like, when did he become a zombie while he was sleeping? When did he scale the cabinets? I scaled the cabinets as a kid, but that's because I'm short and I was a little kid. But nope. That dog's not going to hunt.
To you about what happened to JJ on the 23rd.
She said he was out of control and she couldn't control him, so she had Alex come and get him.
And we didn't hear him.
And when she said he was out of control, did she give you specific examples?
Oh my lies.
Real examples of what she said out of control meant?
That's when she said that he climbed the cabinets in the fridge and the upper cabinet and pushed over her picture of Christ that sat on the top of the upper cabinets.
And did you see any evidence with your own eyes that any damage had occurred that would be consistent with JJ climbing the cabinets?
No, I didn't see any scuffs on the fridge, and I didn't see any bent door hinges and the crown molding.
Door hinges?
That's the way it's fast.
He was 7. Bent door hinges? What?
And they would have popped off if he would have gotten up there.
Okay. Why? Did you do his height and his weight? And oh my God.
And so when she said that, what did she say she did with JJ?
She just called Alex and just said that you need to come and get him. I can't handle him.
So did you witness her make that phone call there, Dave? Super Dave? Or...
Okay. And then she said she sent JJ with Alex.
Yeah.
Nothing further.
All right,
I feel sorry for the
That'll conclude then the testimony of this witness. Is there any objection to him being released from any subpoena?
The state would ask that he is.
Yeah, please, y'all. I followed, so I left right out of there, and I did not stop. I went for an unplanned, unscheduled, brisk walk around the block, and then I stayed outside and listened to KJ read the tweets because I was so triggered. It didn't make any damn sense. It never has made sense. And it hasn't started making sense. It's never going to make sense because they're not telling the truth. Oh my God. What was the purpose of that? The lady David protests too much. Protects too much or protests? Mel and DW would have heard cabinet climbing and moving around. Right. If she heard him having a damn nightmare, you're going to hear a zombie. You know what I mean? Nutting up. And you're going to hear a mother trying to correct him or, just get, chatty daddy over to, oh my God, to put his hands on my nephew. Oh my God. Oh my God. And you're right, Miss Lacey J. He's a child. He needed more love. And these people, out of all people, should know better. I have a Downs boy, and then Melanie Gibb having, a child on the spectrum too, even though they're older. They know better than anybody then, right? Patience. All the changes and everything, it just doesn't make sense. Chad was abusing that. I know it's a step up from murder, but come on. And then, so they leave on September 23rd, allegedly, after they looked at the imaginary, Church of the Firstborn property, because they was interested in it, and they were going to build a church, maybe an invisible church. Maybe they were going to 3D print it. I don't know. but you're going to build it right there in your community with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints right there, 2 miles down the road where Alex hung out. And you're active in the membership. You're active in the church. And you're still active in the church. Come on. Mm-mm. They don't make sense. They don't make sense. They never will make sense. Okay. Hey. So what the hell, right? It was infuriating. I was like, no, lie. I mean, I couldn't fix my face. It was throwing gang signs. Another stinking church. Yeah. Thank y'all for being here. I know it's a long one. I didn't intend for it to be, but it's necessary. I think so, because it helps me to just like really flesh this out, So I'm gonna schedule a live for after court tomorrow. Since I was told that I don't want to miss it, right? I need to find a ride too. So it is 11:11 here, Mountain Time. God, it's late. I forget, and that was long, but important. Hear this just real quick. Thank y'all for being here and participating, because I know it's uncomfortable to talk about. It is very uncomfortable to talk about, because none of us want to upset anybody else. None of us. But we have got to talk about these things, or they will continue. We'll never understand. We're not going to get it from these people. They're not good people. Let me see.
One of my sons is a resource.
Wait, okay.
The people I know
I might have it double in here. That's what I had to fix.
that are involved were always over the edge with
This is Bernadine McCandless. She was Chad Daybell's, one of Chad Daybell's, well, it says neighbors, yeah. So she's done an interview on Hidden True Crime. I love her accent.
And Shirley Clausen, her husband, after Tammy died, Shirley Clausen actually helped Chad fill out the paperwork to...
So Eldon Clausen sold insurance. He sold life insurance, right? What? It's nuts.
The people I noticed that are involved were always over the edge with it. Yeah. And Shirley Clausen, her husband, after Tammy died, Shirley Clausen actually helped Chad fill out the paperwork to submit that on that life insurance stuff. Her husband was a self-imposed water master, and there was a ditch right along.
He had them dowsing rods. Thank you, Irene.
On that fence where JJ was.
What is my pendant? Oh, I always forget what it's called. Saint Christopher or Saint? No, I can't see it. I forget the saint's name, but I put it on before I came to Rexburg. I took my Crescia one off, and I used to wear this all the time. I know. It's just, it helps make me feel comfortable. You can always speak your truth here. Always. Always. I don't get offended by it. I know what I'm saying. It sounds cuckoo because it's their cuckoo. I'm not sure. I heard it on East Idaho News. You can go online to try and request a seat in the overflow room. Probably not the actual court. I mean, really, there's a lot of spaces. I've never been in an overflow room yet, but there's a lot of room. It's just getting the tickets. Some people get tickets and then don't go, Yeah. He increased, yeah, I don't know how to say it. Glamis girl? Chud increased Tammy's insurance the day before Tylee died. Yeah, while they were or the day she died. We don't know yet. I wish we would know that. But yeah, Rhodesia is where she's from. Yeah. Okay.
To submit that on that life insurance stuff. Her husband was a self-imposed water master, and there was a ditch right along that fence where JJ was buried. And Eldon was always walking those ditches. A week after JJ, the last time we see him, Eldon died of this Same thing they initially said Tammy died of.
Heart incident, some kind of cardiac incident.
Right.
That
And a pulmonary embolism or whatever they called it. Right.
Right.
I think this is just Bernadine, right? I think because he noticed if you dug a hole in your yard, like it was ridiculous. And
Did I just repeat the same thing? It might be.
I think that he noticed and they had to with. And I've told Fremont County that, and they're like, yeah, I'll pay it so,
wow. No, I can see that. I've been to the property down there, and I know what you mean. There's that ditch.
This is from Mormonish podcast.
That
Yeah.
goes,
Oh, actually, Ella, it's Mormon Book Reviews.
goes right along, and then you go a few feet further in, and then you're there where the site where everything was discovered. So,
Right.
and it sounds like he was a